Okay, it doesn't help when the first thing I said during that was, I think everything is working. But, you know, we start as we mean to go on. I was broken at the end of the stream, and now that was broken at the start. That's fine. Just double checking. Yeah, everything is going. So, end of last stream, at least I can have like a collective thought now. Pretty much, I finished the base story of Scarlet. So now I'm gonna go through, collect everything in that deck, start to finish, except the starters, because I'm gonna have to do 2 more saves of that. One is gonna be from a Violet save, which should hopefully go through a lot quicker. I've also started that, so at minimum we don't need to do the cutscenes. I've backed up footage, so at least everything I'm recording now will hopefully be saved, and it shouldn't take 12 hours. Shouldn't. Hopefully. I'm not gonna lie, by the end of it, I was like, I will power through. I saw it was like 20 to 4 in the morning. I was like, I need to be a person at some point. And I was really running on fumes, and I was not looking forward to doing the DLCs. Or even starting, like, I couldn't fathom a thought. So, hold me to it now. It's pretty much what I'm saying. Hold me to collecting them all today. We have it here below me. 4 of 678, because I only caught 1 more at the end of the stream, which is Spiritomb. And I pretty much want to jump into it fairly quickly. I think the only other thing... I did see a nice comment, that's all. Nice or just like constructive, I guess. Like, the forward is really loud. So I was like, okay, thank you, turn it down. Otherwise, I guess if... I mean... I'm gonna pick up sticky notes. Just so that's up. I have names for Pokemon, so if anyone wants to be part of it and claim a Pokemon's name, I'll name it after as I keep going. I've got a sticky note of those as I go as well. And just random names. I've got, for way Coco is going to be John for some reason. But that's the thing. Other than that, I guess it's going to be pretty much let's go based off that profile picture. And also I am going to need to bring up home on my phone. God, that is loud, isn't it? Let me just check 1 second, just so I can see like sources and volumes, because I think I actually didn't oh no, I did. Never mind. Okay, now we're gonna be back into the game. Let me just hide my phone. And at some point, if I need to break, I am gonna be collecting. I'll open a pack. I've got some spare hourglasses, so in a few hours, if I need it as motivation. 140. That doesn't bode well for me, considering you've been catching longer than I have. But yeah, pretty much stopped here. The only thing I have also done in between streams is some raids. So I have XP candies, other controller. I have XP candies, so I can basically bring the other starter in and power level it in this save a little bit. Let's see, what does Clover? I think this is going to be the whole Ace tournament cutscene before I start catching. So while they're doing that, I can open the Pokedex, go to games, and go to PALDEAN. So I can look through and see who and what I need. I've also got I've got plenty of liquids, so I should not need to leave for a while unless those liquids want to come out of somewhere else. Hopefully where I'm expecting them to come out. Is this going to take me to where I want? Sorry, just doing something on the side. Let's mute that. There you go. There's a stream elements bot said something, so I was like, someone's chatting straight away. No, it's like, it's live. It's like, why would, is that useful? No, so the idea to kind of give people a very bare bones guide, also the fact that I already have every form, is to get the absolute minimum. So if anything, I'm going to try and avoid certain forms if I see them. Like, even if I need them, I just go, nope, that's fine. Like, if I look... Well, we're skipping through this cutscene, because I've still got it recording. So that's completely fine. If I look over here, you'll see Oink Alone only has one form. But then when I click into it, obviously, it's got both. Or at least on that little picture. I didn't realize they had separate pictures. But yeah, Oink Alone only has the one form on there, so that is all you need. But back to this, now that we don't need to check that. Because I think what is probably going to stop a lot of people getting shiny Meloetta is the thought of, oh, I have to get so many, and then I have to get both forms of this, because they're clearly different Pokemon. They're very different. And then I have to get Walk and Wake and Iron Leaves, and it's like, those kind of thoughts probably stop a lot of people getting them, when it's a lot easier than people think. Especially if you're not doing it the way I'm doing it, and you just kind of like chip away at it over time. I just kind of, you know, hate myself for other people's entertainment. But with that done, find your next destination. It's very open, so first one in the Dex. I'm actually gonna go hunt down a Ditto. Just for the sake of it, I'm gonna need to breed a ton of them. So the first one being ticked off the Dex is gonna be that. I say first one. Fifth one being ticked off the Dex, but in the first one of the stream is gonna be Ditto. Also, we have other professors there ready, because I accidentally jumped into a cutscene. Because I was like, yes, I've done all the paths, they're all complete. And then I forgot to finish the Star Force streak. So accidentally activated that cutscene. That's nice in daytime. It's going to be nice to actually start catching Pokemon. Which I can fly and then I can buy stuff. I was going to say, the nice thing from doing raids is I've got a load of items, which has also left me with a load of like star pieces, comet shards, stuff like that. So I have a lot of money for Pokeballs as well. And like I said last stream, I'm going to be committing, or last stream, I'm going to be committing blasphemy for myself and using, I guess, quick balls. There we go, as the challenge properly starts. I like it. It's very thematic. The challenge starts and you're welcome everyone in. Let's go, starting with selling off. Let's see what items I've got to sell. But yeah, good few XP candies to help boost another save. Oh, they're in treasures, aren't they? I always forget that. I have a nugget. I have a fair bit of money already.
Shiny Charjarbug _ welcomed everyone to the pantry party.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to the pantry and hopefully the finale stream of this. Let's see how much money I'm going to have at the end. But I'm thinking the best balls to get, just quick balls. Pretty much. Because I could get Ultra Balls, but they're expensive. Better for longer catches. So maybe if I'm going for Legends, then I'll probably buy a few balls there. But other than that, I don't think, because I can re-encounter and then the quick ball effect is active again. If I can buy them here, yes I can. How many can I buy? 177. So I guess we see if 177 is going to be enough. Hopefully it is. I'm also going to buy 22 with the LP. We're running my funds down to nothing. So altogether 199. Even if that's a ball lead, it's still not enough for the POKEDEX. But maybe with some breeding that I might have to do, it might be fine. Also, if I'm catching, I'm going to keep track of boxes. So in box 8, that is probably very quickly get moved on. Let's empty that. And I guess it's look for which. I'm looking for one that is a ditto, so I just need to encounter these and know the names for a start. From there, I'm going to try and do my best to keep track. So what? It's going to be easy if I track them in the boxes, is my thought process. So Ditto's probably always going to stay in my party, and it's probably going to be a pretty high level by the time I'm done thinking about it. Yeah, that tells me Staravia. Then if I've got one that I know I've encountered before. Oh, I have encountered a Flaffy, that's good to know. If I've seen a Pokemon that I have encountered before, so I get weird, right? And it says all question marks, and I know that one for sure is going to be a Ditto. And then after I encounter a Ditto, if it says Ditto above its head, I know it's a Ditto. Because this Zoom feature just, it kind of reveals its secret. Dealing, Winkalow. The other thing with this one is I could do normal encounter power, I guess. Also, Meow. The one that I always see people get as a Ditto. It's usually when people are, well, actually that makes sense, because usually when people are hunting shiny Meowth, a Ditto is going to appear because it's also enhanced by the encounter power. I didn't touch you. You have no proof. And Zorua, is Zorua normal type? Like, is it normal dark? Oh no, because Zorua can transform. I know, I get what you're saying, Yeah. Like the one that people usually accidentally encounter instead of their actual target. Instead of... I have a thought. Give me a second to go. The one that people are usually looking for is Meowth when they accidentally encounter Ditto, which makes sense, is what I meant to say. Giraffric, no, leave me alone. What was I thinking for this one? Do I break out the old trusty ham sandwich? It's kind of my thought. The ham sandwich is going to be very great for grinding and also very great apparently for breeding. I should probably pick up all the items as I go now. They will come in very handy if it's stuff like shards and bits. I'm thinking, yeah, let's check these and then break out the ham sandwich and see if I can find the Ditto. Because after having that Meow thought, I was like, oh yeah, that actually makes sense if I do that though. The way people accidentally find it, why don't I deliberately find it that way? And make sandwich. I should have everything for it. I also only have these recipes, which is so handy. I don't think I want to film a sandwich recipe book. That'll actually make it harder to find this exact one that I want. And probably any other one that I probably want to make, like a sparkling power maybe in future. Ooh, if there is, what is the code if you don't mind me? Like if you can just copy and paste it in chat. Or like what it's supposed to spell, because that's the nice thing is the way they do codes, you can literally just remember the word and they don't have like odd characters. So I'll take any boost. I can just say buy quick balls in the video and I don't have to say also I got 30 from a mystery code. Power and counter power. Oh, easy to remember. Sweet, yep, I'll do that now while I remember. Gotcha, Pokemon. If I can open the menu. There we go. Pokeportal. Mystery gift. Thanks so much for letting me know that one. Get with code. Do you have to have online for this? I haven't linked this account and I'm not making one. Okay. So we're doing this without online. So also good to know that you need online for that kind of stuff. I thought mystery gifts were stuff that you could just do without online, but I think they mean Nintendo online. That would make sense. So you can have an account linked to a Nintendo account, but I've already got 2 and I don't fancy making it dead. That's a tiny giraffe rig. There's something to do with like consistent sizes to how they're copied as well with Ditto. But I can't safely guarantee on that, whether it's big, whether it's small. We can also take off that, put it back down to 0 streams without me. Well, I have a judge size. I just said about size. I've just got to be less judgmental. Although, after knowing the size thing, I'm definitely going to be judgmental. Be like, this one's smaller, is this a Ditto? But this one's bigger, is this? That's the reviews on its own and it's small. And I'm just judging single people. Single Pokemon. I judge single people all the time. That's what you do as a fellow single person. Like, you're single and am I attracted to you? And do I want this to go any further? God damn it, Tagazar. Do I want this to be a relationship? Instantly judging. It's single people judging single people. That's how couples are made. Cycles. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You're spawning just because they gave you normal type for some reason. I guess to kind of like try and tie them in with the legendaries, the paradoxes, I guess. With Koraidon and Miraidon. Leave me alone. It's like it's normal while the others are like electric dragon and fighting dragon. But it also could just be a dragon. That didn't hurt anyone with them doing it. If it's a normal dragon, then I hate to tell them that's just called a dragon. Got the soda. Ditto, please. Wait, have I actually encountered a Cyclosaur? That's a good point. Like, I've done the Cyclosaur walking around. Wild Ditto off guard. I thought it was weird that it wasn't running. And immediately I went to kill it. Like, no, quick ball. Is it going to stay in? 3. We have the first of the stream. The number goes up. There we go. Okay, we're on a roll now. Officially registered. And now, what I can do is... Okay, I don't care. Is now, after I get out of this, I can spend the time, get some eggs, I guess. So I'm gonna need them at least for Boy Coco, and then I can hatch them while I'm walking around. So now we just have time to chill. I guess chat. Chill, chat, drink. Talk about whatever's coming up, which convenient time, considering it's coming up to Christmas. Which, at least to me, hasn't felt super Christmassy this year. But that might just be like around everything else going on in my life. Like, I've been very distracted by other stuff. Although I will say, one thing that has helped, like, okay. This is something I realized today, because like when I woke up, I constantly have issues with like shoulders and that, and like aches and whatever. Usually like tension that will go up my neck, give me headaches. That's come back because I didn't realize through like the POKEDEX challenges and stuff with the like press up punishments, restrictions, whatever. They were actually exercising my shoulders enough that they were loosened up that I was actually good for like a week afterwards. I think it's been about a week. And they were fine. So, weird silver lining to a punishment was my shoulders were a lot better. So that might just be something that I need to like implement every day, is my own personal punishment. Which I guess is also another word for exercise if you really want to think about it. I just realized that a faster way to do this, just in case you were curious, is going to Levincia and getting a meal. Oh, that's what they want me to do. Go around the gyms for the Ace tournament stuff, which I'm not doing. I should actually... I may have to do, but I'm going to leave that revelation to the end if I do need to do it. So I was thinking, will Koraidon spawn down in Area 0 if I don't do that? Also, if you want to know, the meal I always use for eggs if I ever have to do Masuda in this game or get eggs, is Compote de Fills from this very specific shop. If you have money. And what I always do if I need money... no, I don't always have the tips. Koraidon I'm going to leave till the very end to try and round the decks off nicely. Before I move on to Kitikami, is what I mean by the end. Finishing this dex off. Catch Koraidon, move to Kitikami. Now what can I sell to make money? Treasure. I've sold all the treasures. Yeah, I'm going to try and end everything off with like a legend or a mythical. Miraidon is going to be at the end of the Violet playthrough, at the end of literally everything. I guess I could sell Premier Balls. Or I could sell Pokeballs just. It is weird for me to sell Pokeballs. It feels wrong. Sell a Master Ball, can't. Sell Premier Balls? Not enough. Dust Balls are good. Timer Balls, not really useful. Repeat Balls could come in useful, but they're very rare use cases. I've also got 4,000, that's all I need. Yeah, because if Violet's at the end, then I'll have everything and I can do Parent's Quest pretty much immediately to get the paradoxes. And I can technically end the whole thing with Miraidon. They could come in useful for like multiple forms, but it's probably still better to get, not multiple forms, multiple evolution lands. Still probably better to use repeat balls. Yeah, just checking the powers were right. Not repeat balls, quick balls. I think, did I say repeat balls? Yeah, still better to use repeat balls. Just like leave the encounter, go back in. Because repeat balls are good after the first one, but also I think quick balls are still the best. There's quick balls and dust balls, depending on the day. And then when I come up to legendaries, I'm gonna potentially just try and get a load of ultra balls as well. Just because they obviously can potentially go a lot longer. And that, ooh, that was an XP candy. Hey, Lavender. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That didn't go off the bing bong bong bing. Are my actions set up properly? It says options none, edit. Always run even if Q is paused. Oh no, that's not it. Exclude from action queue. A sound playing. Wait, let me test this. So that won't work. Let's at least get the one you redeemed in. I don't know why StreamerBot isn't working. But let me try and reconnect it. There you go. There's that, and then there's that for the look. Yeah, I'm doing well. Just passing 20 this bit. No worries. After you were up late last night with me, I don't blame you. I tried to catch up my best as well. I'm functional right now. I'm just gonna recheck how everything's connected. No, I don't want Streamlabs logged in. Stream Elements is logged in. Stream YouTube speaker. Twitch integration. Is it because Stream Elements itself is logged in? It might be. Stream Elements, live streamers. Sorry, just doing some Fixing some problems. The bar is currently not in your chat. Then if I go in viewers, this still tells me it is. So if I could request another check for sounds, just to see if this now works. Yeah, again, vibe. No, wait, did not receive authentication response from Streamlabs within 6 seconds. So if I go again, okay. 1 times with back-end stream stuff. Log out, log in. Streamlabs was not logged in anyway, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, if I could ask for any redemption of like a sound or something, hopefully it's fine and it works. I know the alerts work at least. That's good. And I could have left the picnic going this whole time. Okay. Keep doing back end stuff and seeing if that's fixed. Also trying to see if this works. So action queue, they are all set up the same. Yeah, because it'd be like the advert and stuff, and I know you were enjoying the ending battles and not letting anyone see the victory screen with advert yesterday. So we've got to make sure that works as well. Oh wait, I just realized I can do it. Let's just go pan sound. Yeah, it's not playing them.
It's time for the advert!
And then is it playing ad? No, it's not. Okay, I updated streamer bot. There we go. And everything has broke. Which, like I say, I'm waiting for eggs, so there's no better time to do this, I guess. Action, because they're all set up the exact same. So if I do... No, wait. Do that to Bing Bong. And reactivate Bing Bong. Not reactivate, not playing. So, there's gotta be something in like what I'm logged into. Unless it doesn't need Streamlabs. Can I see chat? And oh, you super close if you're doing all the regions. Yeah, I thought that was just one. Like you were doing one dex at a time, kind of like how I'm tackling it. A service client, then that's a tray. Timed actions, general labs group. Oh, you are doing one at a time. Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, what you said before was in overall like 194. Got ya. Can I log into somewhere maybe? Or maybe disconnect and reconnect and then do it again. So I test the sound.
Bing bong bong bing!
That plays. Is the queue paused? Nothing's coming up in the queue. Partially connected. log out, log in. What does it mean partially connected? TwitchBot isn't connected. Yeah, mate, while I'm trying to fix, you potentially don't want to... It's not you don't potentially, I'd prefer if you did, because it's just, save your points. So, Stream Elements is in, TwitchBot isn't, and Broadcaster isn't. I'll let you know, and then you can spam away if you want. Why am I not logged in here? How do I log in? I guess I could show you my screen while I'm doing this. This is kind of what I'm messing with. Ooh, it's fill the screen with this. Alright, perfect. Variables, shop general. Okay, there's stuff that potentially I don't want to show you stuff in that end. Audio output. God feckin' damn it. Audio output, 2 speakers. For some reason, it was going through a virtual cable. That still didn't fix it though. See, it says they're disconnected. Speakers there, they're connected. Refresh. Hopefully I've got all the eggs by the end of this, because this is technically productive time. Nope. I mean, that's connected. Let's just test. It's not seeing. Like, it's in an old chat for some reason. It's working down there at least. Everything else is fine. Twitch, jump on polls, predictions, pyramids, accounts. There we go. Broadcaster. Authorize. Logged in successfully. So now, hopefully, it's fixed. Let's see. Hey, there we go. I fixed it. Now the question is, do I have the eggs? Yeah, you can spam away sounds. It should be fixed. Inside, there's an egg. There's another egg. I don't care about the others. Do I take it in case the egg will be sent to the academy for someone else to care for? Is that okay? Oh, I've never actually bothered reading that text, but we have 2 eggs. We have 3 eggs, apparently. So that is at least Coco done. God, that was... How long was I fixing? How many eggs have I got? I'm stuck in the eternal loop of this text box now. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's also why you use that. Pretty much. So let's drop 2 of these in the party. I guess we could... Depending on if I'm up for it, we can test that at the end as well if we really want to. So we have Ditto. We have 2 Coco eggs. We have an Oinkalone, which I'm going to pop in its place to keep track. And then in the meantime, let's see. Oinkalone, we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 9, 10, 11. Oinkalone goes there. Good marker. I drop everyone else in place. Yeah, Chien Power is going to be at the end. I've got to collect all the stakes. I've left every stake where they are so I can just follow a guide as well. What I couldn't really think a lot. I really tried to think ahead. Spiritomb can actually stay where it is. Actually, no, when I get close, I'll put them in. It's just because Oinkologne was at the start. And the next one we're going for is Lechonk. So we're going back all the way down to the Pokepath Lighthouse. And that number should start ticking up fairly quickly now. If we jump on big old puppet. Come down here. Tarantula is there, but I'm gonna... I could try and get them another, or I could just catch them as I see them. So, like... you know what? I might as well. We're going to do this... Or we're going to try this, do this fairly quick. I was going to say, do I do that in an Ultra Ball? That would be very stupid. I'm probably going to around Christmas, but also that is another one. So we're on 6. That is a Hoppip. We need 3 of those. Yeah, I missed the other one. To be fair, it's the only thing that puts me off watching them is now I watch it and James Corden's just got such a stink around him. So I can't. I think that's what put me off watching the other one as well, if I'm being completely honest. Kind of a bit... not exactly salty about that. Just, yeah. He gives me the ick. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you should go there. Now let's catch whatever I need in front of me. I need you. I need you. Throw the ball properly. Yeah, I always forget the Governor Stacy special. Christmas Eve, or is it a Christmas Day special? Like I said, I didn't even bother looking, watching the other one, so I don't actually remember. We have 7 Christmas Day. Okay, yeah. I probably will then, just so it's not the generic stuff on TV. Or like my parents tend to do. Leave the news on constantly. The news before any like Christmas Day football potentially is on as well. Okay, Tarantula, Nimble. And 2 Hoppips. So let's go for another Hoppip. The number's gone up. We've almost doubled yesterday's amount. Kind of ridiculous. Although this one needs evolving, so this one's going to stay in the party. But if I catch a Tarantula, that will actually be double in the amount, yeah? And for some reason I was jumping. Is that a Tarantula? Oh no, that's just... Yeah, can we just appreciate the death stare of that sideways Oinkologne? I don't think it's meant to be sleeping with its eyes open. It's literally terrifying. The sideways, like... New version of the Luigi death stage, just Lechonk on its side. There we go. Officially doubled yesterday. We're 100% more productive. That's one of those weird things where I don't know. Because yes, the goal is to collect them all fast. But at the same time, you're collecting them at like low levels and you slow down because the Oak Challenge means you gotta evolve all of them as well before you get to the next gym. So if your goal is to just do the Dex fast, I'd maybe say probably not, weirdly enough. I'd say your best bet may just be to play it all normally. But that is without the fact that Oak Challenges are also fun because of the inherent challenge of them. So if you want a fun playthrough while the goal is also to do the Dex, yeah. If your goal is to just do the Dex quickly, then I wouldn't. Yeah, that's probably the best bet. Like, do a kind of like semi-oaks challenge sort of thing. Okay, before I catch more here, I guess... yeah, officially doubled. You're on a bit of a delay. You might want to refresh if you're on a delay, unless you've just noticed. Oh, wait. Let me do a check. Yeah, I thought it was making me second guess, like, I did just catch one, but then that one didn't count. I thought so, considering you're also doing your own decks on the side, so that's fair enough. If I quickly evolve these up here, with just random chance I find. I've done that so many times, because it's the one thing, weirdly, they don't think through properly is how the catching tutorial should function and where it should be placed. So, and some games actually did think about that and put in like side text. So say like, if they're gonna tell you about your partner, but you evolved your partner Pokemon, so saying like Heart Gold, Soul Silver, you pick Cyndaquil and you evolve it into Quilava. Like, oh, the Cyndaquil wasn't there, but this Quilava must be it. Earlier on, they thought about stuff like that. Now you can just fully break it and like, oh, you... Because some of them also thought ahead. It's like, you've already caught Pokemon, so you're fine. We will skip it. Or at least gave you the option to skip it if you didn't want to follow the tutorial. This is going to be... This is going to be actually Fuecoco. Another one for it. Yeah, like I say, some of them already thought about that. It's a lot of the earlier games, and now we're past yesterday's total that we found. Now we can go back to this. Fuecoco is third. Yeah. Do I want to catch Espeon? Espeon's like a static spawn. That's fine. I've also got a spot for something else, so I can probably get a third Hoppip if I go back to Los Platos. Then come back here, do just attack high level Pokemon. Which actually Area 0 might be the shot for that. Just having a look at what's spawning around here right now. Not great for leveling. I'm too lazy to make another sandwich. I could leave all the evolutions for later, but I kind of feel like it'd be satisfying as it goes. You know what? Let's use this time to get fly points on the mountain and level up as I go. I feel like that would be useful. If I remember which way I'm going to this. Going west, but probably out here. Probably if you found like a Discord or that, I guess. Usually the Discords have good guys. No, not Discord. Reddits. The Reddits are usually great for stuff like that, and probably also the Discords. But I just don't generally use Discord for stuff like that. So maybe. Duskstone in Y, I think they are still a generations where they're awkward with stones. So stuff like that can be like limited to post game, frustratingly. Hey, I'm getting a Crocodile. There we go. Officially double digits. Another one right now. We're gonna get double similar digits for the first time. We're hitting all the milestones that I got in very quickly. But I'm really racking my brain for like, where is a Duskstone? You're doing Scarlet Violet, so I guess also just items on the floor, pick up everything. There's a chance for them to be there. I'm using Skeldave right now. Jump Bluff can go in there. And I guess I'm trying to evolve Tarantula. I should attack a God of War. There's also the chance for us to still find a shiny that we didn't do yesterday, but now we're doing a lot more encounters. So the chances should be a lot higher to find one. Yeah, I think this seems like the plan that I want to go with. So, excuse me, which is, hey, Tarantulas evolving. I'll collect them if they need evolving. I'll try and unlock fly points to make life easy for general collecting. There we go. We've tripled yesterday. The joke's gonna get old when I realise I go past like my basic 4 times tables. Okay, Tarantula can go in the box. I need to collect another one. Technically, I could have collected a Jump Bluff back there. Which I think to finish that line is what I'm going to do. My brain really can't let this certain thing go. Also, Cerebi is solid for finding that, like the static item spawns. Would highly recommend using that. Hello, Sir Charles Titan. There's a Jump Bluff. Level 43, but let's see if a Quick Ball does the job. Yeah, I've needed that a couple times. You do have the Blueberry Academy. So you can also like item print it. That's the lotto thing. There we go. And also that's first dust ball you used, 13. That's a line complete. And then next in the decks, I'm looking for Nimble. So let's see when Nimble first spawns. I think it might be in that area. I'm trying to think where I've accidentally ran into it the most. You there. Where have I stepped on the most Nimble? I have the kitikami deck ready to go when I get there. Habitat for Nimble. All in the desert, pretty much. Or like north. I could get low kicks in the desert as well, maybe? Let's see low kicks' habitat. Yeah, low kicks I have a chance in the desert. So let's fly over there. Gives me a chance just to straight catch it and not need to evolve. Not set that destination. Left here. I can already feel my... I was talking so much yesterday. My voice was... Well, not my voice. Technically, my throat was dry as hell. Let's get my other bottle of water. Best. Keep myself well lubricated today. Here we go. I've got my coffee ready to go when I need it. When I need to fuel up. When energy starts to dip. Where are you? I guess I can go. Is a little line close? Little line isn't close. I want to keep them generally like same Pokemon. Or like similar places just so I don't have to go through the boxes and reorganize later on. Maybe it's they meet up on the box. There's a gimme goal at least. Again, leaving all of those just so I can follow a map of them. There's Capsicum, Rufflet. Will it be around the ruins? Please don't, just in case of this one. I mean, do. Like, whatever, however you have fun. But that paranoia is high right now. Oh, also hi, Snowman. Forgot that is one of the things you do. It's a good way to announce yourself. The unique way, I'll give you that at least. Ever the broken overlay. Yeah, it also, thank you for using that correctly. The overlay is broken specifically for, I think, Snowrun. And maybe one of the best, but I can't remember specifically who. Don't know why. It's really odd. Which I wonder, give me, sorry. Let's let Pokemon spawn while I reconnect stuff. At least I know definitely for sure sounds are working again. I'm happy about that. Yes, I know. And there we go. So now I've got the stream elements bot in the chat. Maybe that might fix it. I don't know. That was my only other guess. The Nimble does not seem to be a common spawn, so let's go in the grass area and then go north of the desert. So south of the desert to north. And also back to normal music while I'm not fixing things. I thought Stunchena only appeared like near ruins. I didn't expect it was just a general desert spawn. And remember now, I need to keep in mind version exclusives. Because I don't actually know them. But since I've been buying both games, I don't know version exclusives as well because I haven't needed to keep track of them. Really odd, like, but thing that comes with a little bit of privilege. Like, oh, there's no version exclusives when they have both versions. On my high horse over here. And then I think back to like when I didn't have both versions of the Let's Go games and had to cite that, and I was like, oh, okay, how do I get this? I need to find either a very rare spawn in actual Pokemon Go. Hope the one person who I knew with Pikachu, because I think me and my brother-in-law both got Eevee. Like, I hope this one person we know has a Scyther that's willing to trade. Plus, also that I see that one person, because I don't see them a lot. Like, when am I next going to see them? Am I going to remember?
I don't mean to brag / but.
Are you bragging about your butt there? Is that what you're trying to tell me? No, it's... If you can... It's very nice. I'll just say that, especially. I mean, now you got the normal song version of this song. Or is that the same song in a row? Yeah, no, if you're as into doing deck stuff as I am, it's nice to have both games. It's still not super justifiable, I'll say that. But it is nice when you don't have to think about certain things. I guess use all these Dusk Balls up. Maybe you want to... Not knowing ages, maybe I don't want to say certain things. Like, maybe you do want to brag about you, but maybe you should be proud of it. Like, that gets weird, doesn't it? Yeah, maybe we play it safe. Maybe we don't incriminate me. Maybe we keep it to Twitch whispers. No. No. We learned that lesson. Everyone was taught that lesson. You only do that if you want to move to Rumble or Kick or one of those other very questionable platforms. Excuse me, I like to think of myself as Dr. Respectful. Maybe too respectful, some might say. Maybe I'm too much of a good guy. Not quite a nice guy, but a good guy. Because nice guys weirdly aren't nice guys. Okay, nimble down. I guess I can just try and wait till I feel... Okay, that might be the plan. Unless... Oh, I thought something was going to evolve. Yeah, I'm going to let the party fill up and then go evolving. So... Nimble goes after Spidops. Yeah. Next one, Harvard Plan is done. Fletchinder. Where do I find Fletchinder? it will still tell me. That is a nice thing. It gives you so many either side. Okay, so the shout is probably around Bug Town. That I never remember. Cortondo. Yeah, I'm terrible with the name, mainly because there's so many icons over this on the map. And we're off. Bandit, let's also catch Igglybuff while we're at it. I can organize all of these later. Or am I... Okay. Am I best trying to keep the boxes organized or just organize afterwards? I think as long as I catch early forms, Pokemon will have the Pokeball icon next to the names. That is a nice way to keep track of everything. There we go. 15. We are almost... No. Keeps mouth shut. Dumb joke. Don't need to say. Jigglypuff. Today's catch. There we go. 16. My main one, obviously, like I said, for this area, Fletchling, Fletchinder. Talonflame, I think I can get straight in Area 0. And while I'm lower level, that might be a shout. Let's go School Wovit. We're also on... This is where I said it was going to get awkward. 4 times yesterday's total. That also does need to evolve. And Wigglytuff is a Moonstone. So I guess I could catch another Jigglypuff unless there's a play. I can come back for Jigglypuff. It's probably fine. Yeah, I'm going to have... This second box is going to be a load of just random mess. Smoliv. Smoliv, Cricktot, Diglett. That's a nice one. $18, we are on... No, that isn't. 20 is. I know, Matt. I was going to say 5 times yesterday. I wonder how long I'm going to be able to keep track of my 4 times tables. Like I said, anything past 12 may actually be an issue. Like pretty much everything yesterday, like anything past 12 o'clock was an issue for my poor little brain. There we go. I'm still never going... The odd thing is I'm never going to get used to seeing quick balls, which is almost what some people are too used to seeing. seeing the way I catch things will be jarring for some people. Like, I think, in theory, the worst ball... No, it's not. Like, technically, a load of balls have Pokeball odds at the worst state. So, like, if you use a Beast Ball on a non-Ultra Beast, it has Pokeball odds. Which is why in Sun and Moon, did I use Pokeballs on the Ultra Beasts? I may have. I may have stubbornly done that. But every ball at its worst comes down to base Pokeball odds. Duck Trio I can get elsewhere. Mareep I don't have. Ooh, and Fido's in the background. I am getting a nice little run. I'm going to try and catch as many as possible. Evolving as few as possible, unless they're just there and the low level evolutions, then I probably don't mind. I wonder as well, like, if I'm ever miscounting the counter below. 6 Pokemon. Oh, it's only 6 Pokemon in the party. Because that was the first one that went to the boxes. And it went to that box. Which is fine. Smaller. I need to catch. I don't think I can get our Bolivar anywhere. Can I? Potentially I might be able to actually. Thinking about it, I think our Bolivar does spawn somewhere. But I'm catching as many in Paldea as I can. So I don't think anywhere in Paldea our Bolivar spawns. What I was going to say before is I think the catch total in the Pokedex is how I'm going to be able to keep the bottom counter accurate. Depending on how this goes, I'm potentially going to lose track. We also just passed 5 times yesterday. So if I do this, port 23. Quickly checks boxes and sees what I miscounted immediately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22. So technically I should be on 22. Where's he getting 23 from? What Pokemon have I had? That's 23. 1, 2. Sorry. Well, I count. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Like, I'm up to 22. But the Dex has 23. So where's it pulled 23 from? Oh, wait. Does the Dex count Miraidon? Or Caridon? God, I should have went the other way. I think the Dex potentially counts Caridon, which is why it's saying 23. Just as long as I know when I check it, I have to -1. Yeah, it does. Okay. So I miscounted by 1, but also I have to -1 from that count if I'm trying to keep track. Sweet. So confused. And it's too early on in the stream to be confused. Okay, this second Fido is for evolutions. Okay, any that don't need evolving are being shoved in boxes. I think it's only that fighter right now. Boxes, yeah. That one can go in there. And then I still need 2 more small ones. I could get another Diglett while I'm going on. You know what? Why not? Screw it. Crit Catch, which is a nice feature. I guess I still think it was a broken code that they said was a feature. It does take out some of the risk of catching them. I get that it saves time, but it feels like a feature from a bug. Because it... Oh, poor me. I was wondering what that was. It's also one I need. Let's quick for you. I'm meant to be getting... I guess Fletching does more in the grass. There's Mastiff behind me. Or in front of me, technically. Behind the ball. This is really going to test how I know evolution methods as well. Mastiff. Gone. Puppy grow. That's intimidating, Pupper. It's completely fine. We'll evolve you. Probably not you. But we will evolve a version of you. And hopefully that's female. It'll be a bad boss scale. Ooh, and another Mastiff behind. There's also another one for Dex. And I forgot to count for Pommy. Need to keep it on top of the column. So Pommy, Pomo, you are going to need evolvement. Yep, it was a girl. So we are going to have like a bad boss girl. Nice tight. Is this going to fill the party? It's going to be 4 plus 2. Yeah. That's going to fill. Double check counts. Yep. There we go. Alright. So, which fly points haven't I unlocked at the minute? I need some around the lake, to be honest. I don't want to go around the lake. Let's go south from this one. Oh, get up. Oh, I forgot. Glalie. Hello. Are you going to send the first ball? There we go. Glalie's in the boxes. This is where the tracking goes way out of it. Like, Glalie's going to be so much later in the decks. Let's see who it's next to. Or at least what its number is. 358, yeah. And Frostlass, nice.
Jingle bells, Paneye smells Diglett dug away.
Dug away. Glalie stayed up in the ball and Frostlass went away. No, wait, no, no, we want Frostlass. 3. No, the Carol was right. I guess at that point, Ultra Ball. This is why I'm justified for using Pokeballs. Even Ultra Balls don't want to work. Maybe it wants the encounter to feel like rightfully tense. Or, okay, you're playing the role a bit too well for a hard encounter. You're on level 39. Chill. Or not. Maybe you need to warm up to me. Maybe it's the opposite of chilling. I'm using the balls I'm supposed to be using, and now I'm being punished for it. I know it's cringe. No one else is role-playing. It's just them. Act like a normal Pokemon and stay in a Pokeball, I guess. I also probably should get a Pokemon with status effects. Thinking about it. Maybe as I'm going around... Oh, I say that as Scarlet has a yawn on it. As long as I can get off after the confusion. Or again, like I said before, if I run out of Ultra Balls, I could just leave the encounter and go back. Same. You get, like, once you're so used to certain shinies on your team, it does get that way. Like, hey, there we go. Stayed in. You're even going to get the fanfare. Yeah, some shinies you get so used to seeing on your team, the normals look odd. Like now, to me, because I use shiny Toucanon, other Toucanons don't look right. Okay. Hello, Greebot. You're a nice surprise. Save that one Ultra Ball for someone who's being particularly annoying. Who's the other one? Breloom. Also looks weird when people don't use shiny Breloom. And I think that's the same for a lot of people. Because if you're a shiny hunter and you have Breloom on your team, you're probably going to have a shiny Breloom. That's maybe one of the most common ones. That and Gallade, that a lot of people use. Just mainly for the fact that Hypnosis is so inaccurate. I don't like using Gallade as much anymore. It was my go-to in Sword and Shield. But the moment I learned, as long as you leave Shroomish to a high level, it can learn Spore. You're going to get the Ultra Ball? Yeah. You leave Shroomish to a high level until it can learn Spore and then evolve into Breloom, otherwise it just can't learn Spore. It's just such a weird, very specific choice. Okay, gonna be lazy. Gonna exit this encounter, re-encounter it. And just use Quick Balls. They might not act, if I'm just using Quick Balls, not super useful. Don't use the Master Ball. Not super useful if you use status effects. There we go. Now I know why people use Quick Balls. I've learned that lesson. The pause between the Pokedex screen always makes me think someone's going to evolve. Who's the toddler? I get the feeling this is what they want people to do, completing the dexes, weirdly enough, because it's so satisfying. Just going, don't have you, throw a Pokeball, don't have you, catch you, don't have you, catch you. There's a nice rhythm to it. Where I get so obsessed with collecting them in order. It does kill a little bit of that vibe. And probably why it takes me longer to do things a lot of the time. I feel like that's a Houndstone down here. Yep. checking. My laptop's still recording. So, I think it said 132 gig was the last recording. Or like the last stream. Run. Let me check. Project files. Main video. Shiny Meloetta footage. 127 gig from last stream. That's the wrong one. It's because I wasn't looking at the screen. I saw Bronzong going across and assumed there was nothing else. Until Bronzong went there. I didn't realise they could dig back underground. It makes sense, but I didn't realise they did that. I thought they kind of popped out and that was it. And then they were just like, oh yeah, they'll just despawn. We're finding so many of the little touches that people never notice. Not great ones, because like I said, a load of people wouldn't have seen that touch. Come on. Play ball a bit. Stay in the ball a bit. Whatever. I know it's raining, so I'm just trying to put you in a safe space. I'm not checking. I should be a 31 in the dex. 30 actually caught. Why are you being so stubborn? Okay. You want the music as well? I'll give you the music. You get legendary encounter music. Or technically space-time distortion music. I wonder in Blueberry if... I think there is a catch in Power Roll, isn't there? With the sparkling Power Roll sandwich. Potentially might use that when I'm going through Blueberry. You're actually being ridiculous now. It's a quick ball. I know I haven't caught you before. But that shouldn't make this much of a difference. Guess who's being added to the list of Pokemon that won't stay in Pokeballs? This one. Come on. We'll even... You'll even get more epic music if that's really what you want. This is proper legendary encounter music. There you go. That's all it wanted. That's all it wanted. Scarlet just turned and walking towards me was very weird. Okay. 312 done. And Nimble's evolving as well. That would be another one. So after this, it should be 32 in the dex. There we go. My first shiny, outside of the red Gyarados, obviously, I think. My first shiny was the one from the Redemption video. It was literally a Bronzong. Which again is why I was so distraught actually losing it. Like legit did not know what to do. I was like, it's green, this isn't normal, it's clearly special. Did not know what shiny Pokemon were at the time. It's funny now considering it is my life, but just never knew. There is a first time literally for everything, and you never know what that first time is gonna, what your future obsession's first time is gonna be. Like just like editing videos, doing graphics. My obsession came from my first time thinking, oh yeah, I can probably edit a video like a gameplay YouTuber back in like old machinima days. Yeah, I can come from like random places like that. Weirdly, the way I got into Pokemon was by my older brother not being into Pokemon. Yeah, exactly, and that is it. Like, he got a Game Boy for Christmas with yellow, and I happened to play it just a lot more than him. And it essentially became my Game Boy more than his. Weird stuff happens. It's fun in hindsight when you look back at stuff like that. And I'm thinking if I make my way north to south in the region, there's going to be a lot more evolution variations that I won't have to evolve. So we'll save a bit of time, although we'll have to catch high level Pokemon. Quick balls are too overpowered, so I think I might be fine. I might just have to do a few battles. One Clefairy, I mean, fingers crossed it's not an awkward spawn. I don't think it is. But well done. Like, that's been fairly quick since you started doing that. How long's it taken you? Like, at least a couple of days, but like how long? How many? Need it to be night. Save the game, move your clock forward 36 minutes. And that usually... Save the game, close the game, move the clock forward. Oh, you started yesterday? Oh, fair enough. Doing it from a non-scratch save probably is a lot easier as well, I can imagine. Excellent from you. Yeah, potentially I would have had it done in the 13 hours had I not done it from a scratch save. But where's the challenge in that? Other than the fact that it is a massive challenge in itself. Yeah, I can imagine that. I did, outside of other stuff, I did already have a load of like PALDEAN Pokemon done. Partially just because over time I've swapped Pokemon from PALDEAN in and out of home, so it's already registered them in the decks. Like for my decks right now, I have 231 that have gone in from PALDEAN, at least like the PALDEAN decks. And that's just me, like I say, throwing them in over time. All the PALDEAN Pokemon plus other ones that I've caught. Like, if I look, I've got like Fletching there, Houndour, Houndoom. Ones like that, that for some reason I put it. I'd be curious if I had timestamps of like when I registered them. Because it keeps a fair bit of information on a Pokemon. I wonder if it keeps when you first registered them in the decks. And I could like reverse engineer why I did, or like why they went in the first place. Do a deep dive into my own actual journey. Okay, all of these I think I've got so far. So Cubchoo can go in the box. Double checks. Checks total 35. Yep. It's nice that that's at least a one button check. And it's just straight south, I think. I got very distracted by catching it. But rightfully so. But I almost forgot like why I came to the North province in the first place. Partially to help catching and leveling, but also just to unlock the fly points. Cocoa Pops might need healing. Might need to get to that Pokemon Center quicker than I thought. You're just taking hits whenever the quick pull doesn't work. Feel sorry for him. This upbeat playlist is shorter than I thought. Need to get more upbeat songs. Scour the game's soundtracks a bit more. 35. And the Cub Shoe line. Hey, congrats. So you're all complete now. Have you just got to transfer them into home and get Meloetta? Do you have a home subscription? I'm just remembering that now. Or where you have to do it like box by box. Oh, Blueberry left. I mean, good luck with Blueberry as well. Have you got the fully upgraded Blueberry? Because that's the only thing I can think that would slow you down. Yeah, because I remember the other thing was like I only had one box, which for most people is fine for home. Just the fact that I wanted to keep my living decks at home is the only reason I keep paying for it. If I didn't have my living decks, there's really no need to actually have it. You can just keep them, obviously, in games. Ooh, Ice Cube. Not Ice Cube. Ice Cube was from what? I hate some. Who raided me yesterday? Hey Otini, that was it. What they were hunting. Oh, yeah, fair enough. You could also, what a load of people have recommended, you don't need to have the DLCs. You can just, or like, how do I explain it? If you don't have the DLCs, a way to get around it would be do the trades, breed, and then it has a scarlet mark from like older games and stuff like that. I think that's what you mean. Which I love workarounds like that. Like technically from the wrong region. Yeah. I was definitely heard that before. It's not new information for you. we're all pretty knowledgeable around here. We're a smart group of individuals. As a group, we kind of like get a bit dumber. But as individuals, we can be pretty smart. Okay. So if I catch him off guard, I can maybe save a bit of health for Skeledurge. I thought going into an ice area, he wouldn't die this quickly. And I just realized that I stopped ages ago doing that. This multiple of yesterday. I don't think I got past 5. Who? Grievon. I zoomed way too into Delibird to notice who was around me. Organising this bit is going to be hell. I'm now just realising. I caught this, and it's going to run into the same issue as like the shiny decks. I'm trying to like put groups. You're basically making sections and writing interesting mini stories around them. That's at least how I tackled like the tandem mouse hunt and things like that. This is going to be like, oh, I did these in the south and then I moved to the north, and as I was making my way, caught all these Pokemon, I guess, is how I'm going to have to do it. Let's go to the Great Balls. So I'm going to have to just try and stick to main paths and areas, and I can kind of format it like that. Just to give you like an insight into how we're trying to do that. Got to think ahead for these things, otherwise it just gets to be a complete mess. Or it's a really short video. It's like, I caught this, and 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 evolved this, and evolved this, and evolved this. And it gets very monotonous very fast. Especially by number 38. This is such a chill vibe of a song. Like with the snow flowing around and everything. And also, okay, weird scene for Diglett to evolve on, but that is what the bottom of Diglett looks like. What a scene for this to evolve on. Confirmed, Diglett doesn't have an underneath. And neither does Dugtrio. Does it in the Dex? Yeah, like even the Dex tries to hide it, but that's green. Canonically, no. Like in my head canon, yes, but Game Freak canon, no, unfortunately not. Okay, I know there's a there is a frost moth there. Tiny frost moth as well. Carbon. If it's one of your last ones, end it off on a shiny carbine. It's got the outbreaks at the minute. It's almost like perfect timing. Camera, please. There we go. End it off on a shiny carbine. Call it shiny Meloetta, and it'll mess with you. Nah, that's fair. Fair enough. It is probably fairly late for you, yeah. I just looked at the time, I was like, it's 9 for me. A few hours ahead. Coming close. And I don't know if like school stopped right now. Oh no, sorry. I was mixing you up, but also, yes, probably other stuff to do. I was mixing you up with Majora. Yeah, just mixing names up. Yeah, Majora's Swedish, you're UK. Still, if you've got stuff to do tomorrow, probably prep for that. Do what I always think I should do, but never do. It also has the weird thing of like talking to so many like international people and having to like keep a rough track of where they are. Can mess with your head a little bit, especially when you're kind of sleep deprived. Still not fully recovered from yesterday, but I just won't have much time to actually do anything the rest of the week. So it's like, it's kind of now or never to do it. Oh, for another challenge, there will be other stuff that I'll do in, because I like the viewer interaction element of stuff. So there'll be other ways to torture me. You don't have to worry about that. I'm just trying to think what would they do for a ZA playthrough that could be interesting. That's what I've definitely got time to workshop that. So maybe it may not be like, oh, judge function as well. See, I don't know how it would work, and I also, for stuff like that, it's a bit time sensitive. A second not let's play. A second playthrough potentially. First playthrough would probably be normal, but like, how could they make it different from other people's playthroughs as well? That's what I'm trying to work out. Because everyone, you know, initially everyone will do a full playthrough. This is my experience playing the game. It's like, okay, everyone's going to do that. That's fine. The way I usually try and differentiate myself is like, this is how I got everything in the game, because way less people do that. I also need to do the Dex check. I guess it just depends how big that game is. And probably through it, we'll workshop some ideas of like what you want to do to me while I play it. Probably nothing that slows it down, but maybe just it inflicts a little bit of mental torture. Mental pain. I'm thinking it could take a while to finish those games if they do go the Arceus style, as I catch every Pokemon. So I think that for me was minimum. Oh no, I didn't even catch every one. Thinking about it, I was just playing through the story and it took me like 8-9 hours because I needed to get another Enamorus for both forms in the Living Dex. Have I got a Revolt? No, I don't. Yeah, so for each one of them took 8-9 hours. I don't think I got an Arceus, but that was from one I had in... Because I had a completed save on my main profile. I got my Arceus in Brilliant Diamond, but also had one available in Shining Pearl as well. So use that one for my decks. Which I'm going to have to complete another save of Arceus if I want to. God damn it. If I want to shiny hunt it sometime. Which, like I said, on the stream where we're just messing about and showing off shinies, it is definitely one I want to hunt at some point. But for next year, it's a Shaman hunt. Which I think I've seen there's a way to get Shaman post 1.3 patch that I might have to try on a save at some point. Because obviously they don't have Oak's letter released anymore. So it was a timed event. That, if this stays in, it'd be stupid. Yeah, that's stupid. That was a second ball of a quick ball. Yeah, there might be a way to do like a walk through walls type thing. Because I can get one legit, but one I may have to glitch to get to. Oh no! The form doesn't stay when you upload it into home or transfer it into home. But yeah, I think you might have options for that. I've seen a thumbnail. I just need to double check the video, and if it ends up being true, I'll also like share it here. You may just have to remind me like next stream. I'm thinking maybe the 28th. Also, just because it's useful information for anyone who still wants to hunt Shaman who didn't get Oak's letter and save it. Because there's proven ways to get to it. People just have to break the game to get to it. Again. There we go. Soul's book down. I wonder what I'm walking about. Let's see. Shaman, because I think they specifically said Shaman in the thumbnail, which what made me go, ooh. Oh, Shaman glitch in 2023 proof. I think that's the video I saw. May just have to leave it up on the side. Leave it up on the side muted. Have snow. I still just need to head south. I feel like I'm too far south. I need to start going east. Yeah, it's surprising how many of it is the starters. It does have more than Kitikami. Because I think Kitikami has 97 Pokemon that you have to catch. And then Blueberry is like 134, something like that. Because everyone was surprised at like, oh, the dex is like 200. We're getting 200 Pokemon back. But then there was a lot of overlap with the base game that they included. $240 altogether, is it? The dex is 200 or is it more? I'm probably definitely remembering that wrong. Survey says if I swap on home, I can check that. Oh yeah, the dex is 240 for that. But then new Pokemon you actually have to catch is 134. Any other centers? I do need to go to Grusha. Do I stay in the mountains? The mountains might be useful until I stop seeing new ones. That might be a fun way to do it. Stay in an area until I stop seeing new Pokemon. Nah, yeah. That just makes sense. Stay in there until I stop seeing them. Move to a new area and do the same. And then do like clean up at the end of the decks. Excuse me. So now I need to go... Oh, I need to go the other way for Grusha. Or whatever a town's called. Grusha Town. It's like Larry Town. No worries, I'll catch you in a bit. Catch you in a sec, I guess. Ooh, basketball. Version U. They saying like downgrade the game. Potentially they are. Yeah, it looks like it. They're like, if you've got the original form of the game, which is possible. Yeah, if I have a save without it playthrough on patch 1.0, just have it be a glitchy mess. We got the boss bitch. Boss babe, whatever you want to call it. My boss babe. It's my boss babe. There's also one behind, because I missed one. Magikarp. I thought I missed... I think it was a deal and that it didn't count. It's weird me being on the floaty and Magikarp being on land. It's a little bit of a cursed image. Oh, effect there. I need to throw my boss stuff into the PC. Along with Bear Chicken Snowball. Ooh, Psyduck in the background. Get these in and go catch that. I'm for sure gonna find a Kalia somewhere around here. Kalia, Avalog, Golduck. Any others from this area? Maybe. Cerebi would actually be useful for this, so I know when I've like cleared areas. To look at Pokemon spawns by biomes, but then that would be such a mess to scroll through. Just have to quickly check whether I counted that at all. Got you. Have I got a Flittle? No, I don't. That was when I was still trying to maintain an order like a few minutes ago. Floating Pokeball is interesting, but not the one I'm going to use. And there we go. 49. Almost hit the big old 50. Ooh, so much progress. It's so much better than yesterday. Like, my motivation is a lot higher than it was 2 hours in yesterday. I also think I was having like a massive energy dip. Crabrawler. Oh, I can get Crabominable here as well. I preemptively hit the counter for that, so let's see. Never mind. I do also need to like get in the mindset like we're settling in for a long haul here. It's not going to be a quick task. Oh, That's why I came back up here. I thought an egg was hatched. I was like, I have got no eggs in my party. It's a big mate. Yeah, I came back up here to loop back round this way instead, so I can still hit ice encounters. There should be some interest. I mean, there's a gold up. It's exactly what I was saying before. Anything in the background? Nothing that I can see, but a nice little bit of lens flare. Not blinding like it is on Casablanca. 51. Oh, 21. Can't be yawning at this point. I've got many hours to go. It's gotta be a bomber snow. I was gonna say there's gotta be some unique spawns around here. There's an bomber snow next to multiple drowning snowber. Do I save them? Do they look happy? I get it. I get it. I get it. Are you... You seem fine. Oh my god. It should pause all AI while you're in menus. Or at least give you like an invulnerability state after you come out of a menu. Cause crap like this happens. Is that... Psyduck, I hate to break it to you, that's not how you evolve into a Gyarados. That's how Magikarp does. You evolve into the blue thing I just caught. Just like those Snover drowning under the water there may never evolve into this guy. Survival of the fittest. Or I guess... Yeah, survival of the fittest, natural selection. I've never thought that before. They are both the same term. But that's a bomber snow down. Yeah, still the count is correct. Don't need to recount anything. This isn't an election. Snowball, got all unless one of those was a snom. Nope. I just saw something small. Like it could be a snom, maybe. Maybe. Can't go higher than that. And I'm not running deliberately just to try and get spawns. If you run, you actually spawn less, or I think they spawn behind you. Either way, not great for when you're actually looking for Pokemon. Don't forget if you're potentially shiny hunting as well. You see more of the spawns if you just walk through at max speed. I've caught a Frostmoth. Where are all the snom that I'm usually like tripping over? There's an Abalone. That's what I want. Quick ball. Oh yeah. For the yawn, but also the fact that I broke out. Probably thinking I was concerned about the opposite. Nope, priorities are different to yours. My thought is, oh no, I might not be able to last through all this stream. It might require my stubbornness. Which, yes, it will. But also, it breaking out the ball makes it take just a little bit longer. Do I have any other balls? I have 2 others. but not the ones I can use. They're just fun encounter, re-encounter. Hey, welcome, Ray. We're almost 2 off being 50 ahead of yesterday. Safe to say, making a bit more progress. I'm back, I'm alive. Just about. Only slightly sleep deprived. I did get a fair bit of sleep in. It was a little... Weirdly enough, trying to get to sleep after that, I think I was running on a little bit of like adrenaline to get me through. So trying to actually get to sleep was hard, and I just had to basically put myself in a food coma. It's like, have something heavy, get into bed, and just collapse. I don't need you to evolve. You should have been in the boxes. But other than that, relatively fine. Considering it was a 13-hour stream. I did manage to finish the game. I think you also asked in Discord. Managed to finish the game, so that's why I'm going to power through each region as I go. And try and catch all of the decks. So, finish this. Catch all, like, the... What do they call them? All of the artifacts. Like, whatever they call them. And then catch Koraidon and move on to Kitikami after that. Is basically the plan. The Sultan of Ruin. I mean, I forget what I called them in the Living Dex videos. Some artifacts of ruin, I guess, is what I'd call them. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. It's going to be relatively chill. I've got no order to what I'm catching them as well. Just trying to do it fast. So if I see them and I don't have them, I'm going to catch them. Usually I would try and stick to like Pokedex order. Do it that way. Just for like undiagnosed OCD brain. But I think that might actually be the dumb thing to do if I want to get it done in under another 13 hours. Oh, nice. Yeah, you'll have a nice relaxed one over Christmas then. You'll be doted on because you got the sun home. I got that for a few days before they're like, now he's living back here. He's just another part of the furniture again. To the point where it's like, okay, we're going to have dinner in a bit, and then after dinner, we're going to put TVs on the wall. And they're like, plans for after dinner, that need a lot of time. Let's do this before. I'm going to stream as long as I need to, hopefully. Which is potentially... I don't know how long, genuinely. I put like the 8-hour mark to finish the story yesterday, and I was off by like 4 hours. So, I want to say just hopefully not another 10. Just looking, it's almost 2 hours now. And I need to do a Pokedex check. Let's see if the count's right. Because now we're 50 ahead of yesterday. Yeah, 55. It says 55 because we established that Koraidon is also counted after you get him out of the Pokeball and use him for the first time. Even though you can't transfer him, you technically have a Koraidon. Technically, he'd be counted as traded, but I don't think the way he gets XP is counted as traded. Because based off the end of the game, he is in someone else's Pokeball, so we would have a different trainer ID. Minor inconsistency aside. To be fair, I've only ever like XP candied him to level 100, so I don't know if he gets like boosted XP. He may do, he may not. All I know is that one of my main saves is level 100, and that's all I really care about. Don't think I think his setup is a fighting type as well, or I forget what his Terra type is. I say I forget, I can check. Let's check what base Koraidon's Terra type is. No, out of this menu. I want to get into this. Because I know one of them's dragon, one of them... So the one you get from the story is dragon. The one you catch is Terra fighting. Which fun thing, because I know a lot of people for like certain raids would change his Terra type to fight and not realizing the extra one is the alternate Terra type. The more you know, Cryogonaut, I don't have you. Also, it's funny watching some videos of people being like, how do I get to the flying Pokemon? So many people forget you can throw the Pokeball at the Pokemon. They're like, I need to run into it, but I bounce off it. I forget, I think it might have been a Shiny Catherine video recently, where there was a Pawmi in a ceiling. She's like, well, he's just there now. She was trying to jump into him. They're like, I can save him. Nope. I was like, you can throw the ball. You throw the ball and he's clipping on the other side, so it should like hit it and then it'll bring him out the wall and he's saved. Yeah. I could save him. I could change him. I could do it where no one else could. And that's how you start a toxic relationship. Just like trying to break the screen taker, like, throw the ball. Okay, this is the Pokemon Center I wanted to get to. Anything else I need to get up here? Or I guess it's just get the ones I think I need. Yeah, it's not toxic if you know you can save them. You know you can change them. Everyone else doesn't know you can do it because they think it's impossible because they couldn't do it. But you can. This is why maybe we shouldn't give out advice. We would just snowball each other into the worst advice. Start as a joke and then we convince ourselves. Where is it? I just need Snom, pretty much. Snom or a shiny, I'll take either. I don't know what I want. There he is, speak of the devil. Because I don't know what to take first at this point. Right now, I think I'd take a shiny shot. Don't know why. Has nothing to do with what I've just caught. There we go. PaneyeRewind. Or PaneyeRewind? Now I'm like reaching deep into the depths of like the Spanish lessons. Did I not catch Frostmoth before? Yeah, super hard to spot in this game, but so nice. The only thing I'll say, I like Snom Shiny more in other games because in this they went so heavy on like ice is ice. Ice wouldn't change colour. Which obviously trying to spot that when ice is predominantly what Snom is made up of. A lot harder to spot. But then when you've got ones like we were saying the other day, we're like Shiny Alolan Sandslash. I'd wanted to go into there. Shiny Alolan Sandslash, where the ice on its back is clearly growing on something, but its body turns blue. Looks so good because the ice stays the same. Yeah, it's one of the wins of like the textures and everything being more accurate and materials being a bit more realistic with the latest games. But then obviously those are the downfalls of like materials are realistic, ice is ice. I would say I'm thankful not all metal looks the same. They did at least go with like metals can have different colours. They can blue, they can be more golden. That is a win. And some of them, they just make look completely different. Like Beldum, technically metal, but it's blue in the base form. But then such a silver, like shiny, normal metal colour. With the gold as well. I think that is probably the best example of metals in the game, is Metagross as a shiny. Or just that line as a shiny. And then you get the weird examples where Magikarp was a golden carp, so they made him so shiny. Then his base form isn't nearly as shiny. And I'm going to have to get... Oh, I can get Gengar, can't I? I just remembered in Leventia you can do the Gengar trade. But this time it's not holding an Everstone like the... What game was that in? Was that in... I want to say Gen 1 and Gen 2. Where I could hold items, it would be a Gen 2 trade. Love this. Love the snowstorm. Love it, love it, love it. The nice thing is I've just got to spot Pokemon, but still, for some of the smaller Pokemon, not making it easier to see them. I can deal with the fact that I'm just going to be walking past shinies and be paranoid about that. That one bag might look different to the others. I'm like, surely the ice is different because it's a different one. Like, it's a shiny. Nope, just realistic light. Realistic lighting on the ice. Oh, could have got a low kicks here. You never knew. I thought they were only like mountain passes. Because if you know how these games work, they basically work on like what the ground is set to. Which is also why Pokemon can spawn in walls, annoyingly, because the ground extends outside the wall. And then they'll spawn on there. And sometimes ceilings are set as floors, so they have spawn in as well. Which is why like the tunnels and caves can have them spawn on top. Game design logic in a nutshell. Which is why I do love thinking about games in that way. Like, all the different components. Not like, oh, it's a ceiling in a tunnel. It's like, but is it set as a ceiling? How does the game know it's a ceiling? Then leads to like my other favorite way to play games, which is just break them. Just play them the exact wrong way that no one intended. I do think if I wasn't so addicted to shiny hunting, I'd definitely be a glitch hunter instead. Glitch hunter or speedrunner. Like, find all the glitches and use them to play the game fast. I do really enjoy playing Pokemon Yellow for that reason. Like, the base game, not super fun to me, but using all the glitches to beat it in 4 hours, yeah, that tickles that spot of my brain just right. I think I know where Weavile spawns. Can I make my way over there? That may be what I do. Just trying to think like how I would format this. Again, video-wise. Potentially, if I walk over there, or like fly over there, whatever, I could still say, I'll cause all these in a mountain. Just as long as I never leave the snowy mountain to catch everything I need. And then I have to kind of think oh, actually, no, that isn't a hard one. So I've realized how I also like to do things is like have one landmark graphic that kind of you think about, like, how do I explain it? I guess using videos as examples, kind of the Pokeball Plus video, the map graphic was like the landmark graphic that you'd kind of think of when it goes out, and the line traveling up and the totals. I guess for the shiny decks, it was, again, the map coming up, but like the icon showing you where you find the shiny, or like where I found the shiny and hunted it. Like those kind of like big landmark graphics. I'm trying to remember which, or not remember, think what I do for this, which will potentially just be like highlighting areas that I'm in to show like, oh, they spawn in this area. You just have to look for them. Because then that also helps people watching it going, I need to find this one. Where was it? it would just be, it'd be hard doing chapters. So I guess potentially it might be the total might jump around. But I like telling it chronologically. I'd be nice seeing that tick up constantly. It just depends how I go about doing it, I guess. I just gotta really keep in mind, like, sticking in an area. And then if I pull up Cerebi, it might be useful. So once I think I've got everything from an area, I'll pull up Cerebi and get the last of them. Like, I know I can get to Titan somewhere here. It's just being a really rare spawn. And Frostmoth. Yeah, not there. I think they're the only ones I'm looking for. If I can find a ruin, I can get Bronzor as well. Yeah, if I can complete as many lands in an area as well, that will be a good shot because it keeps them all collected. So if anyone else is following, they can do that as well. Like, I get the whole line here and then I'm done. Rather than having to be like, I get part of the line here, get part of the line here. Even though technically, if you can find the base form of a line, then you can get the whole line there. Theoretically. Then that gets messy because then you say you got to evolve it, where people would just like to go, oh, I catch this, because they know catching is easier than catching it, and then having to go plow experience into it. And one thing I'm curious about, because it's going to be just hell on its own to upload this VOD, considering the first one is going to, I think it's just past 12 hours is the birthday stream. That is 13 hours on its own. That will be the longest VOD I've uploaded and will take a while to even process. Do I just make it worse and do like both days in one? Ooh, fridge box. Yeah, do I do both lines in one or both days in one and upload it as like an 18-hour stream or something? That's what I'm toying with at the minute. It would mess with the format of the channel, but also would be ridiculous. So people could follow like the long form version of doing it from scratch, or the short form that's edited down later. Like both self-inclusive videos. And I just used a quick ball on the second turn. That's not smart to me. Yeah, I haven't fully landed on it, other than for like continuity. I might make a playlist of 2 videos seem stupid. It does sound good. That's why I'm still in 2 minds. I like both videos separately would keep the channel cohesive, but 18-hour video would just be funny. Hopefully 18-hour. We're still hoping for that. It could get worse. I'm usually over here, and that's kind of a comfy spot. Don't move me further off camera. There you go. The nice thing about just being able to move this, like physically move it and not. So that's one thing I didn't say yesterday. The other reason why I think this is so good as a camera, because you can pan and zoom without losing quality. It like physically moves the camera and it's not using the 4K to like move it about. Because you notice if I whip it about, it has motion blur because it's physically moving. It is so nice and so cheap. That's the thing that surprised me. But I could gush about this. If Insta360 wants to sponsor me like they do a lot of other creators, I would happily gush about this camera. More than I already have. I did realise it's also got a feature where, so the AI tracking of the face, you can change it so it tracks the body. So it'll try and keep all your body in frame. Yeah, they are just solid cameras. That's why I kind of trusted them. Because I've been so hesitant on webcams, but I was like, they make good cameras. They're known for the sensors. I'll get that one. It'll be a good sensor. But they've got an AI tracking feature where it keeps your body in frame. Which, it sounds a little bit random on its own, but also, I've been known to perform stuff on streams. So I wouldn't have to worry about staying in frame, and I could just like play guitar, sing, and it would follow me. And I wouldn't have to, again, just worry about framing constantly. I could free up that bit of my mind. for performing instead. So like, ooh, it does enable that, which could be fun. Because I'm still toying with, do I do one right before Christmas, like stream-wise? It will be a very short one, and it might even just be like a little perform, chill, chat, and whatever. If I can think of songs and performances to do, and also set the room up nice. Not set the room up, but set a performing area up nicely, so I'm not like stretching halfway across to press a pedal while I'm also trying to sing. Let's go that pyro. What pyro do I want for the decks? Yeah, if I need a little break in a bit, I'll show you the difference between like keeping the face in frame and keeping the body in frame. And we'll see how it works properly, because I gave it a rough test. And this room, so the funny thing is, it looks a lot lighter because, like I say, there's light in front blasting me. But obviously behind there, fairly dark, you can tell by the plant mainly. So it may be, if I'm doing stuff like that, I put the whole room's lights on. And it just won't look as aesthetic. And with that, pyro on the decks. No, it wasn't. I just ran from it. I saw the Pokedex updated notification and I was like, it's added to the decks. Need to increment the counter. Must be accurate. I also need to check the accuracy of this. Now I'm thinking, have I miscounted any? Let's exit this. Excuse me. Should be 59. 61. I've missed a couple. Should be 60. Oh, did some need evolving? No, Frigibacks and Bonnet. I just didn't count because it took a while. I want the male one just because I like his mane a lot more. Stay in the ball. Be a good boy. That had framing like it was going to go into a double battle. But it's not quite Arceus. So that is not a possibility to be fighting all 4 Pyro at once. Hey, there we go. Now it goes up to 61. I was about to talk a bit about it. Yeah, my brain's just stuck thinking about cameras now. Because my only other option was to go like your typical streamer route of just get like a little mirrorless camera usually. Hook it up, turn off the UI and just send that feed in, which still gets you a really nice image. The only issue with that is it's a lot more intensive of a setup, requires a lot more wires because the camera has to always stay charged, where everything's covered in one cable if you go the webcam route. And just, it's a lot more expensive of an option. You do get better low light performance, which is the upside, especially because people usually go Sony. You can't go what is usually the cheaper side of cameras and get, what I'm thinking, for a second I thought that was shiny, and get a DSLR, just because the way that shutter works, it would wear out. That's why you very specifically, if you're thinking about doing anything like that, need mirrorless. Because there's literally less wear and tear. No moving parts. Yeah, I wasn't going to be dealing with keeping a battery charged, and a lot of the time you see them, like some streamers say, oh, my camera's overheating. That is also a big risk with them, because they are so intensive. They're not meant to be run as a webcam. There's a reason webcams are a whole separate category. They don't have overheating issues because they're meant to run cooler. I don't think I mean, for cameras like this now, like modern ones are very specifically like meant to be ran for a long period of time, because they know people live stream with them and just do like long video calls. It used to just be like they'd be used for conferencing and Zoom calls with your nan every now and again, or stupid stuff like that. That would be like, okay, it can run for 20 minutes, and that's kind of how long it needs to run for at the longest. Now it's like, okay, can it do a subathon? Can it run for a month continuously without being an issue? And that's a big ask for a lot of things, which is why you don't see many streaming specific cameras. Or if they are, they're usually cheap as and probably not meant for streaming specifically. It's just a marketing word for it. It's just a way to sell a cheap bit of useless tech. It's like shoving away gaming on anything. Like, it's just a marketing word. What does it very specifically mean? Is it a good mouse? Yeah. Does it have high DPI? Yeah. Then it's a gamer mouse. Like, those are things that are good for gaming, but also it's just a term to jack the price up. I just realised down there is also where I wanted to go for Weavile, and it just completely ran away. It is, I want to say up by the tower. What's it going to get? Let's go Weavile, and then logically wise, or like at least structurally wise, for video, I can go down to Caparaja. But there's the static Weavile. Jerry Curse, this is just always here. I know, because there were times when I didn't want to hear. I kept getting chased around when I was hunting Revavroom. Sweet. Don't want to know how much footage I cut out, because obviously there was 200 hours of footage. More than I'd like to admit to that was Weavile, like encounters running into me, and thankfully I wasn't recording my mic or face cam for it. There's a lot of obscenities during that bit. Like, just leave me alone. I had very short tempers doing stuff like that, when on my mind was thinking it's going to be 30 minutes for each encounter. I need to make the most of my time so I can also finish the project fairly quickly. Like, the quicker I find each one, literally the quicker the project's done. It's not skill based, it's just hedging my bets. So the longer I was in encounters, the more time I wasted. The more luck in my mind I was wasting. Why did I throw okay. And those sorts of creeping in again. Like, don't throw a quick ball twice. It's a waste of time. It's not got the higher odds. You want to sleep at some point tonight, don't you? Don't be stupid. I should probably heal Scaldurge after this. Wasn't wrong. Definitely needed healing. It can battle. Should it though? Will you be able to run? Nope. I hate the run mechanics. It's 38. It should be pretty consistent. Like, if you're within a certain level gap, we'll let you run every time. Oh, I can't auto revive. Is that our max potion? And we're going to go for Macro first and Honchkrow next. That also saves a stone evolution. Which, I like the fact that in the more recent games, they're not precious with like stone and trade evolutions. Like, they will put them in. There's options if you have your own. You can evolve them that way. But stuff like having Gengar and things walk round in Sword and Shield is the one I remember. In like the wild area. It's been way less precious than Honchkrow walking around here. So you don't have to find the Dusk Stone to evolve it. Scarlet you can find in places where you don't have to find a shiny stone. Togekiss flying around in Arceus, so you don't have to find a shiny stone again. Just less precious with them, which I think is a lot more player friendly. And it rewards you for remembering where those rare spawns are / can be. I thought I encountered the Honchkrow there. It was just a Murkrow that was very quickly birthed from it. It almost did the same thing that lizards do with the tail, but with a Honchkrow. Quick, lay a baby and run away. It'll take the baby. Quick fall. That was a lot easier than the Murkrow. I'm sure I know a place for a static Octobax to spawn. I also know areas where a static Frigibax spawns for definite. So I'm gonna let this one evolve. The count's still gonna stay the same, but I know where a static Frigibax spawns. And then if I find the static Octobax, then I'll let that evolve. Which I'm gonna. One of the Octobax has to evolve at some point, because there's nowhere to actually find Baxcalibur. It's a pseudo of the generation, they're not gonna throw it out. So I need to go down here to the river and somewhere like along here. Head north, even though I always get it wrong and start heading south from there. Anytime I'm trying to get to the river, for some reason my brain goes, it's south. Also, if I walk along here, Frostmoth is a possible spawn, so I can finish that line. Then if we go the other way, actually from... Okay, I need to confirm in my brain. Montenevera. I always call it Montenevera, getting it wrong. I think probably a few people do. If I head east from, or west from Montenevera, I can get a Bronzor in this region, just to like round off the line nicely. It's where the static Spiritomb spawns. Okay, it's somewhere, it's either down here or the other side of the river. Is a river even here? Is it way further over? Have I got my bearings wrong? The answer to that is yes. I'm super directionally challenged. The only way I get anywhere is quite literally like, have I been there at least more than once? Alright, I'll go that very specific route that I went there. Or does Google Maps know where it is and I'll just follow that. It's great with like situational memory and like connecting dots that way. So if I remember like landmarks that I have seen. So, a fun story. One day I was literally just, I wanted to go out on a long bike ride. Just as a challenge for myself. Not for literally anything. I was like, I need to get some exercise in. I haven't been for a bike ride in ages. Why not just get on the bike and see how far I can go? So I did, and it was a hot day. And I went 3 hours in a general direction, heading up to, very vaguely heading up to Manchester. So I got there, roughly remembered like a route there, went through like a little town and then across like a big bike path and then a bus tram route thing, which is weird. But because it was a hot day and I was listening to a podcast consistently the whole way, battery decided to die because I also didn't fully charge it before I left. So I was like, I am hours away from anywhere I know by car, never mind by bike. It was like a 3-hour return trip. But the way I made my way back was thinking like, okay, what do I remember seeing along the way? And what landmarks can I use? I'm not going to let this evolve. What landmarks can I use to remember my way back? And using like my physical memory of how I felt like at certain times and like certain thoughts I was having about certain things that I was passing. And I think like a good couple hours later, I made my way back. Sunburnt as all hell because I also didn't expect it to be that hot that day. But that's what I mean by I have a great like situational memory. And I'll remember like in the moment things like I said, how I feel, certain thoughts. Certain things might just catch my eye and I go, oh, that's weird. And it might just be that sticks in my brain, like short term, which is super useful. And if I do that more and more, it just reinforces the thought. Because I remember the thought that I had multiple times. So some landmarks in my head, like as I'm going places, I'll think, okay, go past that thing that I thought looked weird that one time. Not even a joke, genuinely some things are that in my brain. Like if I was to sort them out and have to organize them into physical files, that would be the name on the file. Like that weird thing. That place where the stupid fella was. Okay, I'm at the funny number. Is the funny number correct? Because I'm thinking, did I space out and not count Bridgebacks just then? Ooh, I also know where to get Magnezone. The funny number's correct. Which should mean... yeah, it's in there. Sweet. I'm thinking... that is one level higher. I'm gonna catch the other one. Yeah, I'll catch the Terra one there, unless there's a normal one walking around. Then I'll catch a necklace stack. Yeah, if there's... oh, actually, I catch the Terra one because I can knock it out and not risk it dying. It'll hit the cap to break the Terra. And there's a potential of it being higher level, thinking about it. Because Octobax is... I just got that tutorial. It's level 40. So that might be my future Baxcalibur. Just a little bit less work that I've got to do to get it. And it's going to be in my team for a bit. Here we go, it's down in the red. I think I can't use quick balls. But I did randomly somewhere pick up an Ultra Ball, so I guess that's fine. The Ultra Ball was useless. I still get to use the random Great Balls that I found from somewhere. Ah, squeeze them up. Got the burps. Oh, come on. That is all of my water done. All of my actually hydrating liquids are gone for now. Now I get to have the nice liquids of the coffee that should still be warm because it's in furnace. I made it too hot. I was like, I'll leave it for a bit. Turns out I left it for 2.5 hours. A repeat ball? I've got multiple of them, why not? Ah, that's what we like to say. Crit catch. So Baxcalibur's going to be an interesting ball. I think this music is the right vibe for me to be in for doing this. After yesterday feeling a little bit stressful, just trying to be like, just plow through the story. Plow through the story. How can I do this faster? And there's just physically no way. It's like butting my head against the wall. Just catching and constantly making... Hey, Frostmoth. Constantly making progress. Just feels so much more chill. I don't need a repeat ball for you. You are quick balled. Is it gonna? You ruined the funny number. Well done. Congrats. You just ruined the funny number for everyone. Okay, what's left then? Because I'm pretty much just wanted Frostmoth. Oh, I can go to the ruins. Anything? No. It's a Titan is one that I can catch here, but I can... It also only takes an ice stone. Where did I see this Titan before? You know what? I'll make my way over. Where are you? The ruins are... It's somewhere on this hill. Down there, okay. I'll make my way over, and then if I don't find a Titan at that point, I just catch another Satodl and ice stone it later. But like I was saying, less precious with those evolutions and those items. So I think you can just buy the stones. Which, how did I not remember that before? Chargeable was literally like, how do I get a dusk stone? I think you can. Dusk stones, maybe not. I'm not 100%, but I'm mostly sure you can buy dusk stones. With them being some of the rarer stones, like ice stones and shiny stones, dust stones, all of those. I think they may actually be forced like pick up or like item lottery. But the fact that they went back to like Gen 1 style, the way everyone liked it, and just said, yeah, you can just buy them. People would clearly mine these up from underground, like in Gen 4, so that you can buy them yourself as a normal layperson. I don't know, Bronzo around this room. This Tinker-Tink. So it does have ruin spawns, it just has a lot less ruin spawns. No, oh, why did I use a tower ball? Nowhere near enough turns into a battle for that to be useful. And that coffee's like perfect temperature. Like still really warm, but not golden hot. Just before that like steaming point. Wait, does Cocoa Pops... It does still have a lucky egg. I was thinking the smart thing to do would be to give Frigibacks a lucky egg. Oh no, got at least one shiny stone, that's good. Yeah, it's gonna need a lot of XP, so best Pokemon to give it to is that. The little efficiencies that will help me in the long run. Okay, quick ball. Two, three. 71. We're getting very close to 100. Which this is going to be the biggest slog of it all. Because, obviously, this Pokedex is 400. I was saying to Chargeable earlier that, the others are like 97 and 134 Pokemon to collect. So they are so much easier. Because there's so much crossover with the original Pokedex. Or like PALDEAN Pokedex. They just wanted to make it a nice round 200 Pokemon available in that region. Technically. Because part of the introduction, obviously. Wait. Oh no, that was just a shadow underneath it all. Thought I found the shiny one. No. I'm assuming my voice is sounding dry. I did think maybe unavoidable with how much I streamed yesterday and talked. But attempted to keep myself fairly hydrated. Would be nice to have a voice over Christmas. I don't think I'd be asking much for that. But the way I'm treating it isn't the best. Okay, quick ball this. And of course you wouldn't. You broke out the first one, you could even give him some shakes. But no more than 2 shakes. It's more than 2 shakes and it's playing with yourself. The one line that sticks in my head. Like, forever. Didn't even understand it as a kid. But from The Simpsons, they're like, more than 2 shakes, it's playing with yourself. And he gets slapped by the tree in the movie. That was one of those films that, like, every night before I'd fall asleep, I put on. Which is why I can quote it almost line for line while it's on. And little moments like that have stuck in my brain. And I think of it forever. And I remember even, it was to the point, it's like, as a kid, when you'd own like that one video or that one DVD, and you'd watch it over and over again, to the point where if it was a video, it would start to be worn out. Or if it was a DVD and you had all the extra features, you'd then know like what, say, so for me, The Simpsons sounds like in like French, German, little things from like the director's commentaries. Like, for some reason, one of the points they brought up, which isn't even a super interesting point, which is like, oh yeah, when we deliberately made Homer, after he's driving away from the lake, and the skull shows up, drive out of a different hole, and they were like, that was a genius decision. Like, it's funny, but you're giving yourself way too much credit there. But as a kid, I was like, oh, that's really interesting, and it stuck with me. So I was also saying this before to Jar the book, but it was like, alright, it's basically like how I got into Pokemon was my brother not getting into Pokemon is the long and short of it. I started playing Pokemon Yellow on his Game Boy that he got, and then it became my Game Boy. He just really wasn't that into it, and I got way too into it. So him not being into it and playing it enough led to me now doing this. And randomly getting into shiny hunting. Because I first learned of shinies when I found the Bronzong back in Gen 4. And then, since then... Hey, also welcome back. I just re-dreading some points. Yeah, it was... Yeah, found the Bronzong back in Gen 4. And then, weirdly getting into properly shiny hunting in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Which was just... I had time. I was like, ooh. Oh, also, we have a name for this one. But getting into shiny hunting from Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon because I just wanted to do the decks because I had time and realized, oh, I've got the shiny charm. Let's try shiny hunting. And then maybe like, I still didn't check what my first one was on my Ultra Sun file yesterday. But we now have a Mimikyu. What name did I have down for this? I know you claimed it. Did you want your full name or just Ray? Because conveniently while you're here, you were the one that claimed this. Is something evolving? Oh, you're evolving. So this evolves before... Oh, I've got nicknaming off, that's why. I was like, is it nicknaming before it's evolving? That's odd. That's not the order of how this works. And Spiritomb, I don't need you. I've already caught one. I think the Mimikyu is just going to be named Ray. I can alter it later. Not super... Not a commitment. Oh, one too many bees. It will be Ray Ray unless otherwise stated. Oh, one word. Oh, also. I can't see what I'm typing. I just thought, oh, 11 to 12. R-A-Y. R-A-Y. There we go. So I can now cross that one off the list of Pokemon that were claimed. It's just Oricorio. Oh, there was a Fuecoco. Okay, sweet. That name is fine. I also did not rename a Fuecoco. That was supposed to just be called John. Where is he? It is funny how some people just default to certain nicknames for you. Like, the one, people don't generally shorten my name because it's already 2 syllables. And technically, Raymond is 2 syllables, but it's a bit longer. But it's like, it's one of those, I know when people are getting comfortable with me, if they start defaulting to shorten my name to Jord. Because only people who are closer with me will contract it to that. Because it is very, like, a familial kind of contraction. Or some people, like I mentioned, my username is just my second name spelled phonetically. So, like, some people, very rarely, it was usually like school friends or like people that didn't know me would start calling me Panay instead. I just assumed. I assumed correctly. No worries, I'll catch you in a bit. You can pop back in a few hours, I'll still be here. Yeah, people would just default to calling me Panay, and that was one where I was like, I get you trying to be cute and call me by my second name, but it also feels like you don't super know me. So it's like that, it's almost like the levels of nicknames I will get would be if you're... Sun in it? No, that was just a bush. Yeah, if people were really comfortable with me, it would be Jord. Everyone else pretty much would be Jordan. And then if people wanted to act like they knew me more than they did, or were closer with me, unless there was like one exception to this rule, of some people would then use like my second name as if it was my first name. Yeah, there's only 2 exceptions to that. Funnily enough, 2 people that I'm not currently in contact with. I could definitely get in contact with, but it's one of those, like, it's been long enough without talking to them that it would be like, why are you talking to me out of nowhere? What's that, Frostlass? I've already got a Frostlass. Frostlass. But 2 people who I was super close with. Yeah. It's weird. Names are a fun thing. And it's one of the things, I get why parents can get super stressed about naming kids. Because it's like, you are stuck with that for life until, or at least 18 years before you get like self-autonomy to make decisions big enough, like changing the name. And people will take you seriously. Because you can try and do that at 16 and a coach is going to be like, you're 16. Come back when you're an adult and you've lived your life and you can make an informed decision. Another Mimikyu before a Bronzor. Really? There was a Reddit post that I saw the other day of like, when a name is so bad that it was like, firstly, I think, just an opinion, if you're going to double barrel a first name, you're asking your kid to be bullied. Even if it's just like a short, like the closest I'd say, and just because a lot of people have done it so it's normalized, is people called John Paul, which still is a bit of a mouthful and gets shortened to JP a lot. Pretty consistently. Because they all want to say 2 actual full names for one person. Like, there's John Paul. It's like, oh, it's just one person. That's why people will shorten it to JP. John. That falls into, like, the other realm of, like, giving your kids... Ooh, Magmite. Giving your kids, like, baby names that they're going to grow into adults with baby names. So, and... It's like... So, when people don't realize names have been shortened and they're like, oh, that's a cute name. Like, Teddy. It's usually a contraction to, like, Theodore. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, yep, actually, pretty much that. Like, people can take them on as nicknames. That's perfectly fine. But they're pretty much baby names. Like I say, Teddy, like, oh, that'd be cute if my kid was called Teddy. But put Theodore on the birth certificate. Like, give them the option to be called, like, Theodore or Ted or something else as they grow up. You don't want people, like, writing down on official documents, like, I'm signing my mortgage for Teddy. As a 40, 50-year-old man. I think that's just like some cruel form of punishment. And not from personal experience, just in case anyone's listening through a wall or anything like neighbours. But if you get to calling your kids, like, it is an inherent want for parents to give the kids, like, unique names. You want to think of something that's different. Unfortunately, there are like 8 billion people on this planet. You're not going to do that. But my neighbour's grandkids, 2 of them, they're called Forrest, which is okay. I don't mind Forrest as a name. I personally wouldn't give it to my kid, but Forrest is fine. But then, oh, welcome back. You've also got her other one, which I think this is something you can't take to the parent. But when you call your kid Bunny, there are certain connotations as to jobs she might end up in. Even if she's not, people will make that joke. Kids in school will make the joke about Bunny. It's like if you were to say call your kid after a car, they may assume they will go into a certain profession. Like, I don't know, you call your kid, pick a random make like Mercedes. Just no. We all know where that's going. There will be judgment about the name. You can like the name. It's all fair enough. You can love a name. But other people, and you gotta think your kid going to school, they are the worst. They are not you. They will make judgments. They will make jokes. And school is the point to try and, like, whenever this topic of conversation comes up, try and impress on people that it is so important to think, why are kids going through school? What will other kids say? Because kids are the worst. Kids have no filter. Kids don't think about, is this mean or not, or is this cruel? They'll just say it. If a thought comes out, they haven't developed enough of a filter. And I think I'm giving up with Bronzo here because I'm not finding it at all. No, it's like actually, you caught right at the end of that thought. Perfect time to, like, out. Give some name advice to some people. You just got some solid advice on it. Spread it with the world. I am going to get up the Cerebi, list them for the areas. Cerebi. No, that just gave me back Excalibur. No, that gave me Squirtle. Cerebi. PALDEAN map. Yeah, you've either got to go, like, light with it so it hints. It's like, oh, it's Mimi because of Mimikyu, for example. Or you just go full on. It's Dawnwing's Necrozma. Or do you go full description? Do you go like, oh, it's Duskform Lycanroc that came from, oh no, Own Tempo Rockruff that can evolve into Duskform Lycanroc. That whole sentence is the name on the birth certificate. Like, you have to torture that kid if you're doing that. Galarian form, Darmanitan, Zen mode. I wonder what the longest name for a Pokemon is. Can I get... I can't get area listings. Or, I guess I can, like... Oh, I can. I can just do, like, standard spawns. Megatron. Ooh, I do have Magnezone coming up. Or do you want it specifically to be the next one? Dunsparce can spawn there. Gardevoir, Altaria, Hariyama, I guess. Magnezone. Okay, I'll put that down on the list. When I get Magnezone, it can be Magneton. Magnezone equals Magneton. There we go. Now, back to Cerebee's list. Okay, I'm probably going to go... I think my best idea is maybe Mountain Trails. To kind of like ease video progression through. Yeah, I think I'd just go down here. Yeah, I got the reference. I was like, yeah, that sounds good. And that's why I was like, it fits perfectly for Magnezone. Because technically, he transforms from 3 to 1. Sort of. I still don't know whether his arm things are separate Pokemon. Do I have Knuckle Stack? No. No, I don't. Hey, first one in a bit. We had a little bit of a slowdown. That's because I was specifically looking for Bronzor there. I'm giving up with that one. Don't look for rare spawns. Because that ruin is so small, I think I just wasn't getting a ton of Bronzor spawns. Also, that has recover, so this is pointless if I go long with it. Let's run, re-encounter. Do the quick ball cheese. So Toddle, stop it. Bad to Toddle. No. God, move, move. There we go, pointing at the one I want. The target lock was really fighting me on that one. There's too many, like, right next to each other. I think being on a hill did not help. Eno, Dio, Dria. There we go. We've got momentum again. I'm also leaving Tinkertink in my team, so it evolves into Tinkertuff. I don't think there's anywhere to actually find Tinkertuff. I was surrounded by 3. I was like, what way do I go? Left. I didn't even get any like movement animations in. Literally just Skeletor, just not Skeletor, Coridon's nose just poked it. Like, I'm offended. We must battle. We must fight. Rock back to there. Magnemite can go in. Garganical, I can get in Area 0, so I'll save that for there. Now it is just like mountain Pokemon. The mountain Pokemans. Pokemon is a different thing. I mean, there's also Go-Go. I might have to wait for like... Danka. I do need to be putting me place sometimes. I'm thinking Skiddo is like a town spawn, if I remember. There we go. Count Paranoia is kicking it. And my brain's thinking, was it because I miscounted one? So let's quickly do a dex count check. Should say 76. Oh, speaking of evolutions, I was giving it in my team to evolve. It doesn't add one to the dex, but it will, because I don't have another Tinkertink. So if I go up the hill and catch another Tinkertink, then that's fine. Also, Tinker-tink, if I had to imagine the sound it would make if it hit you, it might resemble a certain redemption. Oh, I didn't even see that creep out down there. Let's go back to the ruin. Catch the second one. Nope. That's the wrong button. Press A with my coffee cup. There we go. We're going the long way back up there. Litleo, I need you. You will complete the line. And technically, after this, the deck should say 78 because it will count Tinkerton. Why does it keep defaulting to timer balls? I'm also... 97 sounds like a lot, but I'm getting low on balls. For specifically this challenge. Are there any Pokemon in it? None that will be in the decks. I've caught enough for the others. The one I'm thinking of that might mess up the count is Baxcalibur, but this should say 78? 79? Did I miscount one? Like I say, I should just be... Let's check my boxes. So nothing in there. Tinkerton is the first one that's going to go in that box. Go-Go, Litleo. Was it Knackler Stack that I forgot to count? Potentially. So if we want to head, so 79. Yeah, now if I count Tinkertuff. Tinkerton, Tinkertuff, Tinkertink, yeah. That land's names will never fully sink in for me. Yeah, get Tinkertuff, then it's back on track. Just head to the ruins. So slow. Okay, yeah, I was gonna just like get as many spawns as I could. That's why I slowed down. Nah, I'm just running. I know exactly where I need to go. And I know there's not many spawns I need from here either. Where's... Okay, ruins over there. I overcorrect. And yep, there we go. Mountains popped in. Thank you, game. Here's where Bronzo finally spawns up here. Hey, it did take it off. Mimikyu is such a common spawn around here. Like, I swear, if I get Ghost Encounter, it might actually be a good place to, like, Sparkling Sandwich hunt this thing. That's critical, so... 78, there we go. We're back on track. Quickly do a check for others. Nope. Alright. Now let's fly up to... I don't have the watchtower. I also don't have that Pokemon Center. Okay. Let's get the watchtower fly point. That's what I'm used to flying to straight on the path. Where is it off this way? Yeah, it's off to the east. Which, from using these games maps, is such a bit of knowledge that confuses so many people when I use it because I'm so comfortable using like northeast, southwest. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, it's just, you know, you head east on the map, like talking like game wise. You're like, right? Just because when I started playing these games... Ooh, Glaceon as well. That's a nice one to get. When I started playing these, I was kind of defined, like, I will learn northeast, southwest. Because sometimes it can be a useful bit of information. Not really, unless you know the bearing of north. Was that just a normal crit catch? Because I'm sure I don't have a Glaceon. Like, it should have the registered animation. Yeah? I forgot normal crit catches can happen. Two Sneasel. Okay. That's a good one to take off because that saves me looking for the Terror later on. And also Pokedex rewards. I'm gonna leave all the Pokedex rewards to the end. I love doing it just because it's a satisfying like, ting 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 as it bounces through. Although it does take a while. Okay, got those, got those. It's nice looking around knowing I've got all of everything in sight. Also, walk up to here so we get... Do I have the fly point? Yep, sweet. That's an important fly point. I can also start, like, Baroom, the Copperaja line. This is a bit too chilled. Yeah, so with slightly more energy, but still laid back. As the snow dies down. Hey, we're taking into 80. We're getting close to triple digits. And there's a Copperaja right next to me. There's a Copperaja right next to me, isn't there? He's right behind me, isn't he? He might be right behind me with all I'm mistaken. Nope, never mind. Anything in my team? Yeah, these should go into box 4. Basically, anything that will evolve, I want to drop into the box because it would be nice just to leave my team the way it is. Yeah, be able to fill and then everything automatically goes into boxes and I can sort it all later. It'll be all sorted in home.
I'm going to commit various unforgivable war crimes.
Various ones is the weirdly specific bit. Unforgivable war crimes. You've kind of told me I can't forgive it, so my mind's already made up. But various ones has me curious. Like, what ones would they be? Because I know there are some, like, lesser evil kind of war crimes, I guess. You know what? Why don't we go on a little expedition? Yeah, your war crime is actually being the child soldier. If I just type in war crimes, what will come up? But it would help if I actually typed in war crimes instead of AWR crimes. War crimes, let's see. Yeah, you are the dictionary definition of war crimes. What are war crimes? Let's educate people while I catch Pokemon in the children's games. What war crimes are? Maybe list of. List war crimes. Here list war crimes, really, Google? Ooh, spoink. List of war crimes on Wikipedia. There we go. Wikipedia needs donations. Is it not? There's a list of wars. There we go. The R word, unaliven of civilians. More R-word violence. Poisonous gas. Okay. Genocide. Okay. You kind of want to avoid that. Barralong incidents. Oh, unalive and shipwreck survivors. Yeah, there's less subtle ones than like less lighter ones than I expected. Which, thinking about it, literally crimes of war. I don't know. Yeah, there's no fun ones. What are the fun ones that I could do? Only for legal purposes. Please don't look into it. I think to make society better, we need more fun war crimes to steer the people who want to do the bad ones away from doing it. What if it was like, instead of taking people out, it was just like happy slap a child? I don't know. Well, one is better than the other if you had to ask people to commit one of them. Like kicking a cat, or have a load of people not be people anymore. I'm just saying, I have a preference. For legal purposes, that was a joke as well. I'll take option 2, please. Where was Grumpig? There was literally just one here. I'm gonna find Grumpig before I go for these. That's your line. People are the worst. Animals. They're too innocent. They're too cute. They literally mean no harm. Unless they're a carnivore and then they literally want to eat you. But they don't intend it in a bad way. They're just hungry. Hippo. Okay, this is one of the things I don't understand about some people. They don't get how dangerous hippos actually are, and the fact that they're actually one of the most dangerous animals on Earth. Like, lions are scared of hippos, but they're just like, but baby hippos are so cute. Look at Mudeng. How could that grow into something that wants to literally just kill me for no reason? It's like, well, animals. They don't have rational thought. Sometimes they think they do, and they're cute because we put thought onto them. Cats are dicks. They're just always dicks, but sometimes they look like they don't want to be dicks, and that's why we like them. Because most of the time, we're all just trying to not act like dicks. This is getting a bit too real. So, most of the time, you just want to be a dick, but you have to put on a face like you're not actually trying to be a dick. Because you know it gets you something like free stuff, or food, or money, or a wage. Yeah, cats are just a good equivalent for society. We wish society was more like dogs, but unfortunately we're more like cats. Yeah, till the day I die. That will be one of my mottos. It's just like, I hate people. I said one of the things I want to make. Also, apparently I've skipped a few. 85? Yeah, because I should only be one behind. One of the signs I want to make is like a reversible picture in a frame. And just like, it's graphic art. And it's just like, live, laugh, love text. But just says, I hate people. Or, people are the worst. And it just depends how I feel on the day. It's like, is this just one-way hate towards people? Or have people done something to me on that day? Or the previous day that just makes me hate society as a whole for a little bit? Because you can look at both of those phrases and you'll be like, they mean the same thing. It's like, no. One of these is just a feeling. One of these, people have... Have I caught Grumpig? Is that why? I think I was looking for a Grumpig that I caught. Yeah. One of these, something's been done to me to make me feel this way. One of these I just inherently feel. It's weird for people to agree on, but it's also a scary thing that most people agree. Okay, what else am I left to collect here? Wow, we move off the topic of hating people and run away from... Yeah, well, we'll go for a lighter mood of like we all. It's a safe space. We can like people here, people out of here. You can not like them. That's fine. But people here, you have to like. Altaria, Whiskash and the ponds. I guess I go for like watery areas. I can go around the lakes. Heavy pivoting off that topic. Which has been. So, basically, the main big topics of what I talked about have been people are the worst and people are stupid. Which both are honestly factually correct statements. But also not the most positive. The world as a whole doesn't inspire positive thoughts at the minute, so that's kind of where it comes from. Yeah. Is it? I forget. There's like, you know, the razors, so like Arkham's razor and stuff like that. The one that always holds true for me is like, don't attribute, and I'm probably going to misquote this, don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to stupidity. Like, did someone do something to you because they just didn't think about how it might affect you? Or did someone do something to you because they literally hate you very specifically as a person? I was like, that is so true. Sometimes people just don't think about you in a non-offensive way. They wouldn't hurt a fly, but they're also just a bit stupid sometimes. Because I know that happens to me a fair bit. I apologize, maybe a bit too much sometimes, but it's because of that fact. Like, oh, sorry, I was just being a bit stupid. And then, if you say that, people can't really get angry. Because it's one of those, like you're saying, same, everyone has those moments. So if you want to be let off for those moments, you've also got to look at those and go, yeah, that's fine. I want that bit of leeway, so I have to give that leeway. Treat others as you want to be treated, as the Bible says. Or as a smarter man says, teach other people how you want to be treated by treating yourself that way. That's kind of the reverse of it. And there we go. Crabominable is finally down. I got Crabrawler and completely forgot. I said, oh yeah, I can get this here. Yeah, it's just like we're having philosophy hour with Panay. We're getting a good bit of PP in. It's depending on what type of holiday you're on. If it's a holiday with the lads, I mean, that also kind of depends how you swing. You might want a good bit of PP in. A mass outbreak as a toddle on top of the mountain isn't great right now because I wanted spawns up here. Okay, who else did I want from here? Or I guess I'm just making my way down the path because I can get mountain spawns again. Oh, I was going for like watery areas. Now I remember. I just saw Whiskash and I was like, oh yeah. Let's not generically walk a place. Let's find. Okay, I'm heading north. Technically, I'm heading south, but I should have been heading north. I'm literally on the map. It's right there. Should be able to get a good few catches in. I want to attempt to get... No, that only has one evolution. I want to attempt to get to triple digits. Potentially around the 3.5 hour mark. I'm just going to follow this lake down. This should go to a bigger one. Yeah. It's like round there, I think, is a sweet spot. To try and get Whiskash and Barboach and stuff like that. Barboach? Is that it? Could get Gimme Goal now. But I'll leave Gimme Goal till later on. Gimme Goals, I'll probably do Gimme Goal just before the Ruinous Pokemon. That's what I called them in the video, the Ruinous. Because Because I think the technical term they've been given by Game Freak is the Treasures of Ruin or something like that. That's the Titan. It's the Titan. Hey, I can save myself an ice stone. Quick ball and hopefully you stay in. Okay, that's another one that I'm not used to seeing normal. Because so many people go for Sir Titan Shiny. It's weird seeing it not be like black and red. Land Wailord is it's a solid way to put it. Dynamax it and it would be the size of a Land Wailord. Or the size of a Wailord. Oh my god, if you can bring Sir Titan into Legend ZA if they allow you to do that. And no, because that isn't Dynamax, that's Mega. But imagine they gave Sir Titan a Mega Evolution. That would be so good. I imagine it would kind of go Glalie-esque. Like, it would have to be based on its mouth. I'm using Quick Balls sequentially. That you do, I do remember that. Very barely, but that's one of those things, as soon as someone mentions it, it then brings it to the forefront of your mind. Remember you mentioning that? Because I was slightly jealous, not gonna lie. There's a reason he is in the thumbnail of the Shiny Gen 9 video, because he is one of my favourite Shinies. I catch myself doing that a lot, like a load of stuff. Oh, Terra Whale. There we go. Yeah, so many things like that will sit in the back of my mind, and people will mention a fact. For instance, I'll be like, oh yeah, I did know that. And then, but the way I say it, it must come off so fake. Like, oh yeah, it's one of those things, you say it if you want to sound smart. Like, yeah, I actually knew that. But that's just how my mind works. It won't actively keep facts at the forefront. Mainly because I think my memory is actually terrible. But people must just be thinking, he's so arrogant, he just wants to sound smart. He's actually an idiot. And I've just got to sit there going, you're right, but also I did actually know that. Is it a different lake I'm thinking of that all these, like, the rare Pokemon spawn at? I think it might be. I think I need to go more north. It might be a different pond. Is it this? I think it's this Terra one. I thought that was an Azumarill for a second as well. Because I saw Whiscash and I was like, I know it spawned around here. Oh no, but it's Veluza. That's decent. I said the hour-and-a-half mark, I want to be in like triple digits. I think unless I swap areas, that's going to be a bit tough. I think I've got a good chunk from here though. So if I finish off with... yeah, we're back at it, Bolton for losers. Thank God. Just think how many hours ago was the last time you typed that in chat. That's like the bit I just put... Not even age on me because it was literally yesterday, but just time settles in. It's like time is more than just a concept. I've literally slept probably a handful of hours since then. Actually, no. I think because I went so long, I actually got a decent night's sleep. Because usually for me, I only rarely need about like 4 or 5 hours sleep to feel refreshed, which is really annoying because I would like to get a decent night's sleep, because I just end up with like a weird amount of time where I don't want to do anything and no one's able to do anything. Yeah, I actually managed to get like 8-9 hours sleep. Woke up around like 2 o'clock after finally sorted everything, like making sure the stream VODs worked and things like that. And they were all backed up. I had the footage for the video. And then literally passed out on a food coma. I think I've mentioned this already. had to put myself in a food coma because my body was just like, we need to run on adrenaline. It's the only way we're getting through this. I literally like dragged myself across the finish line. Thankfully, the one thing that helped me get across the finish line was Lavender popping back in. Because they also hadn't been asleep. I assumed it was morning for them as well, because it had been going that long. I was like, you had 2 hours, probably about like 6 o'clock, that's an early morning. Like, nope, hadn't slept. That's why when they popped in early, I was like, I kind of get it if you've only slept like a few hours. You need... Don't underestimate the good a good night's sleep can do for you. And sometimes just accept if you only need like 4 or 5 hours sleep to sleep. 4 or 5 hours sleep. Yes, to sleep, but also to feel alright. Okay, do I bear the brunt of this right now and just go round Castle Royal Lake? Like, I can get the area of like, well, one of the slow frame rate areas out the way. I think so. While I've got the mental fortitude to do it, I think I should get it done. At least most of it. So I've got to spend the least time there. Do I have fly points in Castle Royal Lake? I have one in the center. And I think there's one right below me. It's one of like the towers. Over there. Yeah, there's like 3 along here. If you haven't got them already. What am I off? 13 Pokemon from triple digits. I reckon that's possible. And we're starting with Slowpoke. They are higher level here as well. I'm going to have to grind money at some point as well. What's a good way to grind money without doing any form of like league battles? Is there any like money tricks that I don't know about? I just realized, can I do an auto counter? I could have an auto counter look for the word Pokedex. I don't think I'm going to set up to do... Stupidly enough, it's the out of 678 is what I don't have it set up for the auto counter. It literally just counts, which is what I use for like when I'm switch hunting. Because basically the way it works is it will look for a specific bit on the screen that is always the same, and as soon as it sees that, it'll count it. Go to sleep for a little bit before I can count the next one. Yeah, I mean, you've been working towards the decks, so as much as the great games to do it in. Also, if you don't have the shiny charm, which I'm realizing that probably is why I haven't found shinies. I was a Pokemon off. Yeah, it's playing a game without the shiny charm is a weird one. Which, have you completed the PALDEAN Pokedex now? Because if you want the chance to find one, then that's probably your best bet. Like, just on, like, I guess, kind of odds. How small is that Skuntank? It's the size of a Stunky. I almost mistook it for, like, my brain said shiny and I was like, no, something's different. There is a chance. If I do, it's gonna be weirdly called Chargeable. Okay, yeah, you got the shiny charm before you moved on, yeah. So the chance of random shinies is higher, is what I was thinking. Because I was thinking that's why I haven't found any so far. Where when I've done like previous challenges, even then, I have actually been weirdly lucky. Like I found ones when I've been in Area 0 doing the story a second time for Miraidon. Okay, let's check the count is right. As long as the count only ever goes like 1 or 2 off, that's fine. Okay, perfect. Oh, also Tatsugiri. I only need one of you instead of all 3. That was one of the funner shots to do with the shiny video. There's the 3 of them walking across and then it tracks them out. There was 3 separate shots that I had to recreate the exact movement of each shiny Tatsugiri. Which that might be a fun one to do like pre-Christmas stream. That would need a lot of effort, but I could show like some of the little things in the video. Like some of those shots seem very simple, like the Toro shot with all 3 of them is 4 separate shots together, or I think it might have actually been 3. Because there are ways to get round, like compositing some of the shots together, simply because the grass is so busy and moves. Sometimes a lot, sometimes not a lot, but it always moves in a very similar way. So compositing around the grass is actually fairly easy as long as you feather an edge. It's literally all you got to do. You feather it enough, it all kind of blends together. No worries, I hope you've had a good time while you've been here. Thanks for keeping me company, and I'll catch you next stream. What? Scythe with its closed eyes. Do I need to catch multiple of you? Probably, there's probably a scissor spawn. I'm also going to have to do trades at some point between this dex and next. Because they may spawn in future areas, but I want to fully finish dexes before I move on. And just double checking, that was 1 behind. We didn't count Tatsugiri. Slow bro, don't have you. Okay, 7 more and I can still say I got it. Or I guess 6 more after I catch this. And I can say I got it around the 3.5 hour mark. And I'm officially in triple digits if I do. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, a little bit less of an upbeat hype stream. Just very laid back for this. I need it. What Pokemon would actually be useful? I'm thinking because stuff's getting levels. What would be useful to have like high level of? Nothing really. Like think. Wow. Okay, I'm shaking because I actually need to pop at the toilet. Oh, the toilet. To the toilet. That seems to be a theme. I think I'm hydrating too much, if anything. Or I've got diabetes or something where I can't hold. My water does not hold. Diabetes insipidus, maybe? That's a thing. Okay, Holucha, I'll get you and then I'll need 5. And when I hit triple digits, I get to take a little mini break. I just finished that, so I can take a little mini break and have a coffee. Don't think it helps that coffee is a diuretic. $95 core, 5 more to go. It's so like that. It sounds so stupid, but it is kind of like RuneScape logic. It's like see number go up, and that's what's keeping me going. Hey, it's a female. She has a smaller belly stripe that I learned the other day. Great catch. It throws me off because I'm used to those being only after I've already caught one. But I forget they can just happen naturally as well. I think actually doing raids might be useful. Because I get the XP candy for the other save to use. Plus I get the the treasure items, I guess. The expensive items. I've shifted seating position to make me feel a bit better. And I only need 3 more. So these are all around the edge of the lake, but I need to go onto the lake. Ah, got the shakes. The adrenaline shakes, which is what they're from. Oh, come on. Toxic growth, why? Okay, anything along here before I drop down? That isn't the trainer. It doesn't... No, I've got a Tatsugiri. Ooh! Got Chootle and Dreadnought. They'll give me 2 and then I'll have to get 1 on the lake if there's nothing here. One, 2, 3. 2 more to go before the big moment. I'm shaking because I need to go, but also I'm excited to hit triple digits. Where did Dreadnought go? Oh, is Dreadnought actually just not as big as I thought it was? Like, where did Dreadnought go? And then just, it's actually in. Don't say another thing is inside you. Because it's not going to be when you re-encounter it. Also, liquidation. Oh, great. Let's very quickly heal up before I re-encounter you. Auto heal. Hope it's all fine. Quick ball. No. Just some choose to... I mean, I'm also assuming quick balls are like the god ball, which they are. But they're not an infallible god. They're very much like D&D gods. They wear normal people. They have their own morals. They're not infallible. They're not always right. They're omnipotent, but not infallible. 3. Hey, there we go. 99. 1 more left to go before I break that digit barrier. Any along here? Not even gonna bother with most of that pillar. Okay, I'm coming back up, which means potentially, because I've already been along this bridge. So if nothing spawns here, I'm gonna jump down. But nothing spawns that I need. I could use another... I did say another site there. Ooh, Staraptor though. That'd be one of those, if I see the gaps in my decks as I'm going through for what's left. But Staraptor's a good one for number 100. Is it going to be a first ball number 100? Nope. It's level 55. Of course it's not. You know what? It doesn't feel right. We need something a bit more tense for number 100. Let's re-encounter again. 1 more ball. As we zoom into Cocoa Popses. 1, 2. And we've got number 100. Triple digits. Ooh. Triple digits in 3 hours, 37 minutes. From start of the stream. Technically, probably in about like 3.5 hours. Which ain't a good sign. But also I changed up my tactics since then. Literally just hit triple digits. So I only need 578 more, but I'm a quarter of the way through the PALDEAN. And you caught me just as I'm going to take a quick break to like fill up on coffee and things. But then we're going to power through the lake that is just below me. That's just down there. Gonna go through the slog areas is what I've decided. So anything that like slows down the frame rate and I've got to like trudge through. So it's gonna be Castle Royal Lake, Tag Tree Thicket, or Lag Tree Thicket as everyone likes to call it, and the Bamboo Forest. I'm gonna try and tackle first. So that if I have to go back to them, they're not gonna be as bad. Yeah. I am gonna be back in a second. I will leave you in the safe hands of Monsieur JP. And I'll probably only be about 5 minutes. Dun-dun. Danka, danka, danka. We're here for the next 100 stint. But just victory music going for ages. That's completely fine. JP, you can come back in a little bit. Alright. We can chill the mood back down. Because now we're going back onto the lake where things are going to slow down in many different ways. Here we go. Also, I should probably do a dex check to see if I am actually at 100 or if I'm just slaying myself. Just to make myself feel good. Nope. 101, that is fine. Oh god, you can feel it straight away though. Let's go edge of the lake. I've already got a Palooza. See if there's anything new down here before I actually go in the water. Going for a swim. No, I think I am actually. I can't put it off much longer. I saw a Dratini there, but that's owned by them with the picnic. Unless I could have got it. No. Okay, I can't put it off. Gotta go on the lake and get my own Dratini. Does it go faster? It does go a little bit faster if I'm like fully zoomed in on myself because it has to load less. I've already got a lot of these, so I think it might just be like Dratini, Dondozo. Speak of the devil. I was also thinking I need to do some money farming for Pokeballs. It's going to be awkward. Mainly just because I don't want to do battles. Because it's going to take a while. But they do get... I could do the whole round to the gyms, I guess. Do the round to the gyms. If I find the amulet coin, actually. It means I have to do a little bit less. Throw the bulb, and then look up amulet coin SV. Or if you me, just type in amulet SV. Come on, you can stay in the ball. Nope. It's the slowdown is to the point where you think, was it intentional for moments like that? Could they just make Dondozo's animation not look weighty enough so they just slowed the whole game down to make him look a lot heavier? Because that ball definitely looked like it had the Dondozo in. Defeat 5 trainers in the West Province Area 3. That's not bad. 5 trainers in the West Province. Yeah, exactly. If you can explain it away, it becomes a feature. Software development in general. If we look at this now, okay. Go into the battle with them. It's just the fact that everything looks heavier. So a tiny little Tatsugiri now looks like it weighs like 50 kilos. But when you look at, just look at this shaking. Like, okay, just prove me wrong, Dondozo. Look at this shaking and doesn't shake at all. You really... I wonder, are you running towards 100k points and then you're just going to be like, how can I ban all of these in a challenge? Like, I hit the milestone, how do I use all of this money? True. You're rich in Pokeballs, which technically is what I need to be rich in right now. I've only got 64 to my name. Like, the shaking animation for that. It looks so heavy. Need to let's swap this. It's too chilled. That is true. Does a 100k claim become the song request one that I just never did? We'll see. I'll never tell. Just like Don Dozo will never get into this fucking ball. Ooh, that is too hot right now. Too hot. Actually, probably just about right. But buttocks. Distracted. Me, yeah. Well, we'll double it. You'll just about get there, and then I'll double the price. And we'll be another 2 years down the line. 2 more years. 2 more. You're all the way to guarantee I'll stay on after that point. Maybe waiting for someone to claim 100k guarantees the next year of streaming. If people don't get to 100k, it doesn't happen. I wonder if I could do like a group claim sort of thing. That would be interesting. Like if people could donate the bits towards a goal. They should do that. That's, again, a missed opportunity with bits. They need to let me gift bits, or like streamers gift bits to the community. And then also do a community goal of bits. But not bits, actually. No, sorry. The bits are the things you pay for. Channel points. yeah, I've just mixed up the words. You caught me in my slow descent into lack of sleep, kicking in properly. I'm actually starting to see the bags like come on in a bit quicker than yesterday. The loser. Wait, can you do it for for channel points? You could probably do it for bits. I think I know that. Or, oh, did you mean you can do the community challenge for bits? Is that what you're saying with the previous one? I think we're both now on the same page. Yeah, community challenges. I think we're now both on the same page, yeah. It took me a while, but we're there. Oh. I might see what I can do with that, because it seems like there's some fun ideas. Like, maybe for challenges that aren't super time sensitive, you could unlock them early. It probably still is. They just focus less on that kind of thing as time goes on. So I'll see. It might be like unlock types of streams, or like maybe games to play. There's something to work with there. Hot tub stream, and then you unlock it straight away. So I've got to do it like tomorrow, midwinter, out in the cold in a hot tub. Never going like neck above the waterline. Yeah, no, that would be asking for it. I'm up for a laugh, and that is borderline enough of a laugh. I've got 8 Ultra Balls. Where am I getting these random Ultra Balls from? I'm picking them up and not realizing. Dante, why are you being such a pain? I might just go and catch another one. I am actually having an energy dip, so I do need. I need snacks. That. I still need to do tests, but possibility. It's mainly seeing quality-wise. So, next time I go out for a ride, I've got to do, like, the calling in so you can see it on stream. It wouldn't be a stream, but I can do a test stream. record it and see also sound quality. So picture quality, call quality, because I don't want to just stream something that looks like 4 pixels and the bitrate is ridiculous. Hey! That is my only concern. Is obviously doing a cycle stream. I'd have to start the stream after I got a fair bit away from where I live and just go to a random place. I don't want to dox myself. Yeah, that wasn't long enough, and that was one catch. Never know who's out there. And I've had the horror stories from people close to me, like literally my friend's sister was that is an option, and London is kind of cycle friendly-ish. I don't think drivers like cyclists and cyclists don't like drivers, but London tries. Yeah, friend's sister used to do like content creation and got fairly big, like 100k subscribers and stuff like that. I think 100k, somewhere around there. Then had a stalker, and it was, I don't want to go into the full things, into the full details. You can look up the story if you wanted to, but there's things that people obviously haven't covered because they didn't have the full details. But her name was Vengelfe, Vengelfe. She's now changed her name for obvious reasons as well. Wanted to just disassociate with that name. Yeah, a scary situation, like literally. She's found out, like, still obviously some mental trauma from it, but definitely a lot better now. But there was stuff like they knew where the guy was after a certain point. Like he came from, I think it was Poland. Like the dad knew about it and stuff like that. It was really weird. They knew where he was and she couldn't leave, and they called the police and they just didn't do a lot at the time. Shockingly, I know. Yeah. So, hyper aware of trying not to dox myself or let people know where I live. Yeah, like people joke about the parasocial aspect of it. Oh, also, I got one. But that's when it goes too far and you kind of go... I think people joke about it more so people are a bit introspective of it. So it's like, okay, you're parasocial, but don't be weird parasocial. Yeah, and the unfortunate side is that it's also heavily documented, which also encourages copycats. Oh, no, that wasn't 103, that was 102. It's like, it's my weird thing, like when people show people who've been convicted of crimes, they like almost parade their images on the news. I'm like, don't do that, because people will do that just so they can get on the news. People are weird. People are the worst, but people are weird. And they'll do it just to get on the news. They'll even put the name up there. Yep. Probably. Do I turn it into like, give your sword a bit more power? If people are banned, they can't watch a stream, because that is an option I have. Yeah. It's like, I know. Early on, I was trying to be cautious with it as well, because it was like, I think it was when Orange was in the stream and it was like, oh, I live in Liverpool, we should meet up and like do some stuff, and it's like, that seems innocent, but I also don't know who you are, and I don't want to be alone with a person who I don't know about them, especially because I think they'd only dropped into a couple streams, and also just in text people can come off very differently to how they are in person. So I think that's why they didn't drop it to stream anymore. It's very much like, I enjoy the streams, whatever, I enjoy the content, but acknowledge this could be weird for me. Yeah, it's the way that's kind of also why I say I don't want to get too like internet famous. I don't think I'll ever get like mainstream famous to try and avoid stuff like that. I think why I also pointed out he'd only be in like a couple of streams. Like you've been in streams a fair bit. Like if it was like us meeting up, like say you, if Majora was there, if Lucy was there. I think Lucy's just been on a little bit of a hiatus, but she's dropped in. She's been here fair amount of time. If it was us, I think I'd be a bit more comfortable with that kind of thing. Because there's also the point of like you can only keep up a charade so much. Like cracks will show over time if someone's faking something. So the longer someone's here, also, the more confident if they seem okay. The more confident I am seeing them in real life if they seem okay. There we go. Saved Routini down. Yeah. Fun times. It kind of loops back to the point earlier that I talked about. People are the worst. Although I like to think I've got a good judge of character. It's just... Also, like I was saying, in text, it's just hard to get a feel of it. But there's people who I've got a weird sense of them. I like give them benefit of the doubt, and I think I give too many people benefit of the doubt. Yeah, also that it's like, oh, we kind of built a bit of like, I hate to use the word relationship because it can't be misconstrued, but a bit of a relationship there, like a friendship, that kind of thing. But yeah, I've got like initial weird reactions, give people the benefit of the doubt, only to be proven right. Like, I should trust my gut way more. I'm a bit more empathetic of a person than I realise. And I can get a good grasp of people's vibe. Oh, that as well. Yeah. Like, just not even like online, just generally in life, setting boundaries with people you know or you're talking to. Pretty good thing to do. You can even like be with family, like if it's with parents, like as you grow up, your boundaries change. So if you're not comfortable with something, let them know. Like, oh, but you're fine as a kid. It's like, yeah, but we're not fine now. Especially, it's one of those things to like try and softly educate, how to put it, older members of family. So you can kind of go, that's not an... Yeah, so instead of saying that's not an okay thing to say nowadays, say like granddad, for example, you can say, I'm not comfortable with that. And because they know you personally, they go, oh, that makes my grandson or whoever feel awkward. And they won't do it or like use that word as often, at least around you, because it makes you feel awkward rather than going, oh, it makes that person you don't know or have ever socialized with feel bad. It's given a bit of like soft education, but giving it a personal connection. Yeah, and it's sort of like what I was saying the other day, like when people just came in while pretty much it was just a recording session for the end of the POKEDEX. It's like, oh, this person's just talking to themselves. Like, well, yeah. Why do you think you're smart for pointing that out? We're all on Twitch at this time of night when no one is on. Why are you trying to make me feel weird about this? And that is very much like, it's a kid logic. And it's that school logic as well. And kind of what I was saying earlier with names, it's like, you can give your kid a name, but you have to acknowledge kids are the worst and will try and poke holes to make themselves feel better out of a form of like insecurity, because everything's changing in their life. They're going from being a kid to being an adult, the body's changing, they don't know what the hell's going on. Super insecure, so they try and poke holes. And that's kind of like the best way I've found to sort of, I guess, try and filter out who is a kid on here and who isn't, is seek that logic. Otherwise, you've got a kid who might as well just be an adult and is quite rational. Yeah, that as well. It's like, you know this is a thing. You're not peeking behind the curtain and point out something people don't know. It's like, it... Before, people were commonly on Twitch coming over from YouTube. People just did this without people knowing. But people almost see it as like, it's a produced piece and don't think about the actual creation aspect. It's just a little bit like why I like talking about... Oh, also, another big one. It's why I like talking about the creation side of it and like how I rationalize going about making the videos. Like, it's given that peek beyond the curtain because I could just do this whole thing without streaming it. Just the streaming it gives it a little bit of an extra layer of interaction and makes it a bit more fun for me because people come in and talk and whatever. But on the other side, the video will come out fairly similar if I didn't stream it. It's also like coming back to it because I didn't stream for 8 months. I will say it was a little bit jarring and I had to learn a couple lessons again. Because it was very much like, okay, I'll jump on, I'll do a stream, and I'll just go back in the swing of it. I got really comfortable by the time like I last dropped off. And I shouldn't be throwing quick balls again. Parasong is also dangerous. But it was one of those, like, I had to relearn to be comfortable and almost like drop into that mindset of, I'm just recording a YouTube video basically with extra steps. I just didn't have that mindset built in straight away again, because I've never had to develop that mindset of like recording and talking without anyone there. Yeah, exactly. It is that. And I had to not had to, I showed my brother one of the comments because he's dabbling in bits of like making content. More like food and recipes and stuff. And I was like, one of the best comments I've ever gotten, and it's not going to sound immediately like a comment. Someone was like, this is so good. And like, I'm leaving this on and I'm going to like listen to it while I'm doing something else. It's prime second monitor content. And I was like, that is the biggest compliment I think you could give me, is being second monitor content. Yeah, it took a little bit of learning to jump back in. But I feel like at least my mindset is back there. Like, if people aren't here talking, then I just kind of dip back into, okay, now think it's a YouTube video. Just put something in there to maybe use as voiceover. Or like a point. Try and make things interesting. But I also have the option with, at least the way I make videos, it can just be driven by voiceover. It doesn't need to be particularly super interesting or funny. I do get a little bit of energy, which is like the performance side of my brain kicks in. If there's a bit of energy there, I can draw from people who are here and kind of like bounce off it. It's kind of like when I get up and like I'll sing or play guitar, whatever, something like that if I'm on stage. Draw from the crowd's energy, which I've only ever had to do it once where the crowd went into it, but it was a particularly thin crowd that night. I was like, oh, well, now I can just like play around. I'm doing this for me and people are there. Yeah, when it's not me trying to be like super energetic and drive energy into it, which is just like when it's monotonous stuff like this, it's a little bit less monotonous because we're going around a load of different places just trying to get different Pokemon. It's keeping it kind of dynamic. But for stuff like the form decks, some of them were going on for a while, so it's like, okay, my brain was kind of going like 50 mile an hour, like how do I keep this interesting? And also, it's that foresight trying to think, how am I going to structure this in the video? Because I need to make time valuable, so I need to give myself something to at least potentially use, even if I don't in the video. So keep it interesting live. It might not end up in. Yeah, it was just kind of that. It's trying to put value into the time, where it may just be in the video. Oh, I was hunting Teddy Ursa, and he made me release it. But then after a few, I caught it. That is all that will probably cut down to. Which is funny, I think I added everything up. That whole, like, including the ones before I took a break, those streams were 26 hours of doing the form decks. And the majority of those Wait, actually, excuse me. I'm gonna quickly look at the channel and see, because those were some long streams. Let's go to the Rewind channel and see cumulatively how many hours I put in since I came back. It was, oh no, 26. It was actually the majority after I came back. But that is part of like what made me think, okay, I need to do challenges that don't slow it down, because that was 26 hours and the first few were slowed down. Like, I was only just into Gen 2. And then in 3 streams, I got through the rest of the gens. It also, like, there's only so much, like, I'm using the word like a lot, and I'm thinking back to the, back to the challenges. There's only so much you can say, like, in a script, the same point over and over again. So for anyone who was potentially watching the video, you can go like, and they made me, I don't know, I couldn't look while I was, no, actually no, that was the decent one when I had to catch, sorry, get distracted. I was like, did I catch Gyarados? Don't think so. That was a decent one when I had to catch the Onix without looking. But for ones like when it was constantly changing and slowing me down, it's like I have to like have inverted controls. So that was just like, okay, inverted controls, swap to only hatching eggs, and then I go back to the faster method when the method wasn't hatching eggs, and it just slowed things down. It's like that isn't something I can write around, which is ended up making the form decks more fun when I came to doing it. Is like, how do I do challenges that aren't just gonna slow me down? That is their only purpose, is to slow me down. It's actually something harder to do, which is also why I decided not to have to constantly flip in between, because that was also slowing things down a lot. Like I said, going between different methods, and then if Jesus Christ, that needs to swap. That needs a move playlist. Yeah, when I then have to like get a Pokemon out the PC, and it would swap every like 5 to 10 minutes randomly in there. So a couple minutes of that would just be grab the Pokemon out the PC, put it in the daycare, and now I've got to like wait for the eggs to hatch, and that was just super slow. That's why I was like, okay, unless I need to hatch eggs, we are not hatching eggs. I hate this. I just found basically it's more fun to stream that way, and I think sort of the streams were a bit more fun that way as well. And then you have other streams where they're not necessarily like structured, but they're still fun. Like the other day with the Rayquaza raid, I was like, it's going to be shorter. We're just going to do the Rayquaza raid and maybe some Union Circle stuff. Not structured in the slightest, but ended up doing like shiny hunting race for a little bit, seeing who could find shinies, whatever. And then just ended up doing shiny showcases and taking screenshots and stuff. And that was a bit more like, it felt better as a stream, because it felt like everyone was kind of not only interacting and a part of it, but everyone had a good time watching it. There's one of those like, if I keep sort of, oh, I could have caught a dragon there. If I keep a video in mind of like, how do I make the most of my time to get the most entertainment out of it and have to cut it down less, the streams are also fun with that mindset, because it kind of keeps the entertainment, even if it's a longer challenge. So the form decks took a while, it keeps as much of that being entertaining at the forefront of priority as possible. At least I hope so. I could be like right up my own ass with this thought, with this mindset. Like, my stuff's so entertaining. Like, everyone just wants to sit there, and meanwhile I'm just sitting there going, it's another teddy bear, so just please don't release it. Which, also, another thing, since I've come back, I have more toys to play with and keep it interesting. And I even just today had an idea for, it's basically a soundboard, but a way to have like a dynamic soundboard. Like, throw things in, take things out. Similar to how I've set up my music board. But it keeps me more engaged with the stream, because if you're doing monotonous stuff, sometimes if there's no one there, ooh, Gumi. Sometimes if there's no one there or no one talking, and sometimes people just like liking. Sometimes people don't want to engage, they just want to watch. That is me the majority of the time, watching other people's streams. there's no energy to kind of feed off. And it goes back to, like we were saying before, that kind of YouTuber mindset. But I can't sit in that all the time. There's only so many thoughts I can have. So I was like, okay, if I do the music soundboard, then if we're doing certain things and I want to make certain moments, it gives me something to play with, and also adds a bit of like punctuation to the stream and something to keep me engaged with it. What did I just catch? I say engage as I caught a Goomy. Okay, so I can look for Sliggoo. Yeah, like I was saying, the other one, I want to make something similar to the music soundboard where it just takes all the sounds and gives me buttons to press. And just little things like that. Every time I catch something now, I have to press a button that increments a counter. That also helps people like drop in and see like currently where we're up to. So part of the idea was like, I know these are going to be long streams. So if someone drops out back when I was like at 54 on the counter and they go, oh, he's made, this is where he's up to, this is how far along he is on a challenge, without it being a literal progress bar on screen, people can see, oh, he's caught 106, so he's got a fair few more to go. That wouldn't be a bad idea for like just general streams. I am still trying to nail down the theme. Like the one that just shocked me shouldn't be in the chilled music stream. Like dun dun dun. It's like, no, that's very much upbeat. That needs to shift from that button. And I found a few of them like that. I need to rename some of them because at a glance, some of them are the wrong vibes and some of them are very similar. It's like, wait, Dragonite can spawn? Is that a static one? That saves me a load of levels. I'm going to try and catch it. Yeah. I have ones like emotional is a vibe. But then I also have uplifting. Very similar. But these are just like, say like someone's given a speech as opposed to like the end of a story. Like, it's weird to explain some of them, and some of them probably should be in similar moods. He is so dopey. I do love. He's a solid Gen 1 design. Oh, sorry. She's so dopey. I'm not. See, that is the exact reason why the majority of the time I only catch male Pokemon. Because my default is he. It should be they. Should just say they're so dopey. But I'm not quite there yet, so got the crux of only catch males so I don't get caught out. And this was before all the wokeness, as people like to call it. I can feel my phone. I have been talking a bit. But then again, I could talk about content creation stuff for ages, because it's an odd thing. Yeah, it's because, well, partially because the last one was only catching female variants, because I only caught male variants the first time, other than certain ones. But the goal was to only catch males as part of the rules. And then this one, I just don't care. I'm just trying to do it quick. That's a little loud. Dip that down. But yeah, I could talk about content creation for ages, because and the funny thing is, the YouTube and streaming only came around by complete circumstance. I happened to be, and I've said this before, I was between jobs when I started streaming just because I had stuff set up. And I'd done YouTube a little bit beforehand, so I had a little bit of like the mindset of like, if no one's there, just talk and try and make it interesting in case anyone drops in. So then you give them a reason to stay rather than waiting for someone who may just be a lurker dropping in and just wants to watch something and they go, well, this guy's not talking. Like, if you go in with the mindset of like, I'll only be entertaining when someone's there, you're hoping for someone who isn't lurking to drop in and drop something in chat, and then you can react, and you almost like, because you do see this sometimes if you go through small streamers, they won't constantly be on it, and you see them like wake up, they're like, I have to be on it now, this is my moment, I'm gonna strike it, I'm gonna strike gold. I'm gonna get rid of one of the Dratini. Yeah, so basically how that worked. So that Stitch was also the one that kind of like we workshopped the idea of like the living deck started as a small idea. Ooh, I've also got Dragonair. That is solid. I caught Dragonite to evolve Dragonair. Yeah, the original living decks video started small scale. I was like, what if I just do like a hypercut of like all the fails I have? Keeping in mind, no audience or anything. I was just like, I'll do a hypercut of all my fails and it'll be funny. Which is where the start of the living decks video came across. And then from there, I was like, well, I've finished the living decks now and I've recorded most of it. Why don't I just do some like offline recording when I don't want to stream or I don't have the energy? Because I will say, when you've not streamed at all, it's a lot of energy to jump on and feel like it's pressure to perform, essentially. I'm sure you get it because, like you said, you streamed. And then from that point, when I realized I've recorded the majority of it, I might as well just make a whole living decks video. I then took a fairly big break to get that all edited together because I also I didn't have a style yet either. Like, I knew what I liked and I knew kind of what I wanted to go for. I've always been like graphically minded, but it didn't have a brand in mind for myself. So it took a lot of like making a load of assets from scratch and deciding how I wanted to edit things. The whole editing process for that initial living decks video was a lot more involved than stuff that I'd edit now, because a lot of those decisions are like pre-made, or like I can reference decisions that I have made that make the whole video editing process easier, which is the nice thing from like in the past working with brands. It's like, okay, I know the client likes this, I'll just do more of this. Yeah, and it is one of those things, once you get into it, and also once I had the living decks video kind of like do really well, very luckily, I will admit, like I think I struck at the right time and I had enough of a style that differentiated myself that the video did well. That kind of fed into, oh, I like this, and I kind of found that the content creation side was a passion that I forgot I had ages ago. And I think initially when I tried to do it, I did it wrong. I tried to go like the Let's Play style of it because that's what I enjoyed watching. So it's like, I'll replicate what I enjoy watching. It's a no-brainer kind of thing. It's like, that does well. I like watching it. I want to do that. But trying to do that low effort as a kid. I will also say kids need to jump onto YouTube less. Like, please become a fully formed adult before you jump onto YouTube. Because my stuff was full of cringe, as you can guess. But I started, I want to say, that as well, yeah. I was dropping little bits of like, well, I could bounce ideas off you and see what worked as well. Like, it's very much like collaboratively. That didn't knock it out. But yeah, so I was like 17, like in college. Like, I just want to make Let's Play stuff because Game Grumps was very much like a big thing. I love watching Game Grumps and like Minecraft Let's Plays and whatever. Stuff like that. Let's recreate it. But it was a lot of effort for a very introverted child who, keeping in mind, I hadn't even like got into like my passion for music and stuff and performing. I hadn't established any form of mind for it. I was still like, first time, never moved out, never had to be social, very introverted. Trying to then be extroverted in a YouTube video, in a series for like tens of minutes at a time consistently, and it wasn't engaging. But weirdly, also in hindsight, some of like the more cinematic episodes I had more fun doing, which I should, if I was taking a bit of like perspective from it, I should have realized, oh, maybe lean more into stuff that I enjoy doing. But as a kid, you just see like, that does well, I want to do that, rather than going, if I enjoy what I'm doing, it will do well. Sort of thing. How is this gonna... Oh, Ultra Ball. Yeah. And then there's also the flip side of it, of if something doesn't do well, you just kind of have to accept it. Like, there's I want to say 2-3 videos on the channel I knew inherently probably wouldn't do well, but I did them for me because I wanted to make them. And those are like the Pokeball Plus video. I kind of wish would have done better, but it was just for me. Also, Increment. The camping video was just for me. Inherently, not much to work off there to make it super interesting if you don't also have prior knowledge of me. Like, the way I'd sort of, and this is still like a best guess, say to people, like, if you want to do well, you have to start with like general appeal and bring people in, like drop hints of you to try and bring people in and become more of you. Like, even if you want it to be all about you from the start, drop hints about yourself for general appeal and let your brand evolve over time into you. Because initially, who would have dropped into the Livindex video if it wasn't like how I caught every Pokemon? No one would have. So, and then some people stayed because there was like bits of like me in there. Admittedly, not a lot, but there were some of the jokes that I was sitting there going, yeah, that's a touchy joke. Like, my sexist decks, people seem to like really cling on to that as like one of the jokes and things like that. It's yes and no. This is the thing I think a lot of like monetarily minded and younger people on YouTube get wrong. And admittedly, it's because they see the extreme examples. So you have like Mr. Beast, everyone always references it like, that's the biggest creator on the platform. It's like, yes, but everything in his thumbnails and the money he gives away and stuff is real. Is stuff you can factually like see in the video when you do it or when you watch it. As little as I actually watch, like I don't even know if that kept up from since I initially found them. But then people will exaggerate stuff, which is fine. That's the kind of clickbait I don't mind. But people will then also just, and okay, an example of this that actually I get, you know what turns me off? Is stuff like from Sea-Dog's videos. It's clearly so over-exaggerated, it's not true. Like, there is the thinnest veil of truth in, like, the title and thumbnail. I just realized I can get Bronzor here. But yeah, and I can tell straight away, I'm like, this is so unreal that I don't want to watch it because it's just going to be the same as the other stuff. I enjoy your other stuff, but the thought that you're trying to make it out to be something else turns me off to wanting to watch it. And that's where, like, clickbait kind of goes over the edge. And I've played with this. I'm not going to act like I'm, like, free of attempting any of it. Like, there was the Redemption video. It's like, okay, how do I brand this? Yeah, I think he does it a lot more on his Connor Dog channel. Like, I will admit, a Sea-Dog videos, as main channel, do a lot less of it, but as I get recommended Connor Dog stuff. And on there, it's just pretty much everything is over-exaggerated to the point of clickbait. But like I was going to say, the Redemption video, it's a decision of like how you brand it. And I was like, what would probably get more clicks? It's like shiny fails, which like is also comes back to my point of like things need general appeal. It's like shiny fails still keeps it very much in the tiny niche of shiny hunters and yeah, just a shiny community in general, which isn't massive, but also trying to like get a brand and some traction. I was like, okay, what if I say this Pokemon's been missing for many years? And that's the one where I think I went a bit too far with the branding of it, to being like given that effect of like, well, it's kind of true, but there's barely no Bronzor here. Also, I just think the branding of that video could have been a lot better. It just, even looking back at the thumbnail now, yeah, well, I think it's just because obviously I'm aware and trying to like take influence from people that I watch. and thought probably too much into it. Yeah, even just looking back at that like title and thumbnail, like it doesn't feel like my stuff, which kind of makes sense why it is one of the videos that didn't do well. The other one that didn't do well, I was just like, this is just for completionist sake. I know there is no way of this ever actually doing well, unless I do like a hypercut of all of the Pokemon Scarlet Violet DLC was a Mochi Mayhem video. Like, that's just because I've done everything else and it would feel wrong to not do it. And oh my god, Bronzor, please. Yeah, it would have felt wrong if I didn't do a video for the Mochi Mayhem DLC, even though it was only like, what, an hour or two stream. But it's like, I 100% completed this. And funnily enough, the more honest I was with the titles, the better the video seemed to do. Because I did originally the Teal Mask video had like it had 100% in the thumbnail, like how I 100% completed the Teal Mask or something along those lines. Technically, I didn't, and if people got to the end of the video, they'd have a question of like, but you didn't fully complete it. The thumbnail and title were a lie. But as soon as I dropped it to like 99, it's like, there's something he missed here. What did he miss? One, a bit of intrigue from the bat, but also I didn't lie because I missed Ogre Ousting, like the hard mode to get shiny Munchlax, which then helped me brand the Indigo Disc video, which actually did better, like the best of the three. And it's like how I 101% completed the DLC because I did the 1% of the Teal Mask DLC. Which just also ties it in as a series and made it a bit more interesting. Because I went back and completed that. Which also tells people like, oh, you call me out on something, I'm going to fix it or I'm going to prove you wrong or whatever. And it creates a little bit of like that community vibe as well. I like to think, like even for people who aren't here, like someone new coming in can just drop a comment and they feel like it'll be seen. Which, oh, I just realized I need to put it on the list of ideas that I've had. Or like ideas that I want to do. Which since the Living Dex and the Living Dex short, which is technically a full video because they haven't introduced long shorts yet. Also, I'm not getting any Pokemon. I'm avoiding feckin' ruins to try and get Bronzor. It's not doing me good. Fortress? Okay, I wasn't expecting that here. That's like further up the hill. But yeah, one of the ideas I've had from that, I asked people like, what are just some weird, very specific niche Pokemon that you think would be good to like swap out with the ones I've already caught? And people said obvious ones like the Ho-Oh from like XD. I need to check the count. I don't think that incremented. Yeah, the Ho-Oh from XD and Shiny Haxorus from Black 2, White 2. Things like that. I think I was watching a Blue Boy Finn video. That was it. And he pointed out one very specific Pokemon that I don't think anyone's ever caught. Also, am I that behind? Who have I caught? Sorry, I need to collect my thoughts for a second. How am I that behind on the count? Did I just not count on the lake? Apparently I didn't. Yeah, I can't even remember which specific Pokemon, but the fact I remember it was a Blue Boy Finn video means I know I can go back to it and it'll twig my memory straight away of that Pokemon. But it's like, I want to go back and do like comment suggestions, which I feel like will also give that nice vibe of like, oh, I can comment something and it feels like it'll be seen. Because it is. I read every comment that is on the channel. There's only been 2 or 3 times that I've had to like hide stuff or like remove comments because they've just clearly been very antagonistic. Where was the other laggy place I said I was going to go? Castle Royal Lake. Oh, Tag Tree Thicket. Let's go there. Yeah, one of them I didn't even have to remove. Funnily enough, I did find a screenshot because I was going to post it in the Discord and be like, okay, I think someone took the video a little bit too seriously because also at the end of the day, everything I make is a fucking Pokemon video. It's catching Pokemon in a kid's game and you're taking this way too seriously. And then I think they realized after, because I liked it just as more of a joke than anything. After I liked it, I conveniently couldn't reply to it, and then it was gone. But I've still got the screenshot there. But then there's been a couple times, like, someone... I think it was on one of the shorts as well, which is obviously a very different audience. You were like, oh, it's probably just a Gen Living Dex. And I just posted a comment below, I was like, I've got a full video covering how I did this on the channel. Like, you can literally go see it. What was the point in putting that? Like, because that's where I don't understand the disconnect. Is like, you've spent the time to drop into the comments and write that, and not bothered to click on my channel at all and see anything else. Especially for the way I try and make things. I try and put, like, anything on the channel can generally, it's either tied into my shiny decks or a video that I'm making or have made. So, it's like, usually, say the Pokeball Plus hidden feature video ties into the big Pokeball Plus video. It works logically. The Archaludon Shiny Dex video ties into the Shiny Gen 9 as well as the Dipplom one. Like, everything connects. So, if you've went through the effort to not only drop down, write a comment, and not click on the channel. Like, if you're going to call someone out, at least basically check for facts is kind of what I'm saying. No one wants to come off as an idiot. Long and short of it. That's why it confuses me. At least for me, if I'm going to call anyone out, I want to make sure they can't call me out. And if you're going to call someone out for a Gen Shiny Living Dex, not Shiny Living, a Gen Living Dex, maybe check they don't have over an hour-long video documenting exactly how they did it. There was one comment I was like, you kind of justified and I can't delete it. When obviously it's a negative comment that's sticking. But this was one I was like, I can't prove you wrong. So I'm not going to say you're wrong. I'm just going to say how or why I chose to edit the video in that way and why I scripted certain bits. And it was, oh, you conveniently just had these Pokemon. It's like, well, yeah. And it, like, in reference to the mythicals, it's like, you conveniently had the mythical Pokemon. You conveniently had Zeraora. It's like, well, yeah. These events happened years ago. I don't have any footage recorded of them, obviously. So the best I can say script and wise is they were in this save and I transferred them up. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if I tried to get as much new, but there's only so much you can do when some of them haven't been released. It's one of those, it's like, if you can't win, yeah, it's the truth, but also they weren't wrong for saying that's how it's perceived. Because annoyingly, and I know if anyone's gonna like go through VODs and stuff and want to find a way to not like me specifically, if they dislike certain communities or like certain communities, whatever, it's annoyingly a fact that comes up, and it is a fact in Hasanabi videos and like streams and whatever, and it's like half of fact now is how it's presented. Something that isn't true can in people's eyes be facts, just for the sake of, you can't prove them wrong technically, you just know for a fact they're wrong. Like, in that moment you can't prove it wrong, so therefore what they're saying is a fact. It's an annoying truth of society at the minute, and we live in a society like, god damn it, it's true. I hate it. I hate that I can say that semi-unironically. There we go. 114 in. We got to something that annoys me about society again. We loop back full to I hate people. I'm not pessimistic, I swear. Wait. That's not, is it? No, it's just a light. I thought that was a shiny Varoom for a second. Yeah, unfortunately, more recently, the truth doesn't have to be the truth. What you have to do, long and short of it, it's just care about other people, but care less about what other people think, and just keep yourself happy. Like, I just keep making videos. I like some of them do well, some of them don't care. I enjoy making them. It's kept me sane, especially while everything's been going on. Like, in my own life, the one consistent thing I've done. Wait. Have I got a Doug Trio? I've already got a Doug Trio. Why did I catch that Doug Trio? God damn it. I was like, why didn't the counter go up? Yeah, and this is what I say to people a lot. Like, because some people don't realize, I say, like, you need a hobby. And they go, oh, well, I do, like, this job and I do this job. And it's like, what do you do for yourself? Like, you can do stuff for other people and it can make you feel good. I'm never going to argue that. But what do you do for yourself? Like, something that doesn't need other people to be involved. You can play sports with other people. That's not a hobby. It's an activity. You can... So, stuff like that. Stuff that requires other people that you can't just say, like... Creative stuff is what people think when they think, oh, I've got a hobby. So, like, if I say, and this is, my hobby tends to teeter on the line of, okay, you enjoy making stuff, but also it can make you money. So it's kind of a job, but also it's a hobby because it's not your profession. Yeah, and exactly that. Like, cooking can be a hobby. It can also just be something that you do day to day. It sort of depends on how you attack it. But, and I could be wrong. I'm happy to be proved wrong all the time. I think hobbies are... I'll try for another one. Hobbies are stuff that need to be just a you thing. I don't think you can do hobbies with other people. Two people can have the same hobby and do it simultaneously. But it feels like it needs to be a you thing. Like, did I not buy? I didn't buy those quick balls. Yeah, I think it's... My feeling is more the definition of a hobby. Because you can have... I think you can have fun, obviously, doing anything. Like I say, you can go play football with your friends, and that can be fun. But I think the definition is not a hobby. And I think as you get older, you need more of it. Yeah, also, welcome back. Because there is... And hate to get existential. Even though that has kind of been the vibe. Oh, I sold all my quick balls. Got it. Yeah. But as you get older, there's less and less stuff you can do. And less stuff you can do with other people in your life. So I always say to people, you need to get hobbies. You need something that isn't relying on other people. When you get to those moments where life gets on top of you, and you just need at least, and this could be from like personal experience, stuff can get on top of me and I just need to like fire myself away for a minute, recoup. Sometimes it can just be I've got no social energy, and I just need, that's why I need to like go into like the edit dungeon or like do some graphics or play some games for a little bit and recoup some of that social energy. I have hobbies that let me do that, where I feel like there's almost, it can feel a bit helpless if your way of doing that relies on other people, because that means then your way of like restoring yourself isn't always an option, which is the stuff. I guess if we make it a bit more, I just realized how deep I'm going into this. Am I minusing instead of plusing? Yeah, I guess if we were to add more parameters and words to describe what I consider a hobby, I guess less round stuff you do by yourself, for yourself. It's more just, actually no, I think just by adding stuff you do by yourself, for yourself, kind of pretty succinctly covers what I consider a hobby. Because you can do stuff by yourself that aren't for yourself. Like, you can do stuff that I guess other people could consider a hobby with other people. But I just need to kind of be by yourself, for yourself, and you can do it anytime you need. Yeah, kind of that. Like, a main activity can be something that's not a hobby, but a hobby can also be the main activity. It just, a hobby does what you need of it. Did that? Okay, that ran away. So, I guess you could say, like your hobby, or, not your hobby, but assuming it's something you do a lot. Like, origami can be a hobby, and sometimes it can be for others, but the actual act of it you're doing by yourself, for yourself to give to others. Like, hobbies can span a good few definitions, but at the core, it's by you, for you. I think that's it. I think we're ending another philosophy time with Mr. Pam. I've ate my treat. I just also realised it's 12:15. My mouth is full. I'm doing a sequential quick ball thing again. Okay. I need to go earn some money. Ironically. I need to play Pokemon in a way that's not a hobby in the game. The game itself is a hobby. Doing a challenge is a hobby. But my character in-game needs to not do a hobby at the minute and needs to go earn some money. Because I've not got enough quick balls for this. Which is gonna mean... Also, why am I... Okay. I'm going around the mine area. Because I was meant to go into Lag Tree Thicket. I need to go to the South Province, quickly get the amulet coin, and then fight all the gym leaders. With Scarlet Edge. They're gonna be higher level, aren't they? Oh no, they're gonna be the same. I'm way higher level. That's a difference. Scarlet Edge is level 79. I also need to drag Oinkalone out the boxes. Because it's currently taking its place in the decks. That's not where we need it. And also, how are so many of these not staying in the ball? Everyone says quick balls make the game so much easier. I'm starting to think this isn't too far off Pokeballs in my experience. People overhype quick balls. Severely. How many is this broken out of? You're literally the last one I need to catch, or want to catch, before I continue with the amulet coin thing. So please, please just stay in. Or do I want... Battling the trainers will give me... Hey, there we finally go. Battling the trainers will also give me money, so it is kind of like a win-win. I do 5 trainers in that province. Get the amulet coin. Then go do the gym leaders. I could leave Pokemon that need evolving. Well, there's literally a Pokemon that needs evolving, and it's still Baxcalibur. Oh, excuse me. I could also leave Ditto in there. I don't mind that. So if I take that out, I've got just enough room for my team. I think. So let's go the actual organised decks bit. Oinkalone can come out. Spiritomb can come out. And there's one behind me. Flamigo can come out. There we go. Okay, now Cerebe's... Oh, not Cerebi says. Game 8 says. West Province Area 3 for the amulet coin. So that looks like Medali. And if you couldn't tell, from mindset of stuff to talk about, instantly into like just stream of consciousness thoughts. Nope. Not that. So I need to find 5 trainers to get it. No worries, I'm happy to be your Pokeball farm. Have a good night. And I might not stream this week after this, just to let you know, but I will be back just after Christmas. You do. Have a good Christmas. Might catch you New Year if you're here, but if not, have a happy New Year as well. I might be better with words next year. I might make that a goal. Catch you in a bit. My hair's gone like half a mile. Danke, danke. Good night. Another one there. Bung. Okay, where the... Oh, no. Drifloon, stop it. Now, I need to see if I actually know where trainers are here. Because I'm not sure if 5 trainers is all the trainers in the area. I'm really hoping it's not. Where would they be? Would they all be on the run-up? I remember there's a good few along paths. Also... checks. Scalded very quickly. Wait. Oh no, PALDEAN champion ribbon. I was gonna say, it's got a mark. It's beat the league. You and the bot. Yeah. I mean, so it depends on the definition of a bot. Like, with Ray just leaving it to farm points, is that the definition of a bot? Like, if not actively watching, just leave it on. Is it just farm? Like, a bot farm for channel points. Pokemon there. I just need to... Hey, also, you never know. We might have some, like, bot advertiser drop in, because that seems to be the consistent thing that's happened every stream so far. Hey, we got to change the music up a bit. Oh, sorry, let's make this normal trainer battle way more epic. There's no risk in the slightest, because this is, like, early game gym. Or mid-game gym? It is Larry. Level 29. Oh, this poor little mouse. Trying to do this with one hand is hard. Because I'm moving like the left stick while the left controller's sitting on top of the right one, so it's also moving stuff around like the camera. Yay, we beat the basic trainer. This is probably one of the few times that yeah, this section, one of the few times the vibe will change. Otherwise, it's pretty much going to stay chill for the rest of this. What are we on now? Almost 5 hours? Yeah, I said this is going to take like 10 hours. Let's see. 5 more hours. How far am I going to get? You're another one. Very... I was going to say Perrin good, but it's like Perrin meets the... Oh, what are the names from the Tiamat DLC? The rich people that give you the gold phone case. Sutton. Not an heirs. That's okay. I need to go to Google. Gold phone case SV. That was a Zorua. You get it from. It's gonna tell me. Keep current Pokemon. Lady Unair. Okay, so it's Billy and Unair. I remember that much, but what is the title? The glitterati, that's what I was thinking of. Just because it's such a dumb word for a group of people. Like Illuminati, but apparently you have the glitterati for like fashion people. Which I said to someone while I was in work. And apparently it's a genuine, like actual word. Like they didn't make it up just for this. Which blew my mind. Because it just like obviously like a portmanteau of glitter and Illuminati, but apparently arty is already an established thing. Like you have like Watergate and like Gamergate and stuff like that. You assume it all plays off like it actually sorry, the word gay, it actually doesn't mean anything technically in the terms most people use it. It's just the association with something that already happened, which was Watergate. But yeah, baffles me the fact that glitterati is an actual thing, especially with it being so awkward to say. You'd assume an established term would be a bit easier to say if it was a common term. Okay, this might actually be a bit too exciting music for this. I just realized I don't actually have to also fight the gym leaders. I can just fight these and fight any trainers along the way as long as Cocoa Pops is holding the amulet coin. Alright. Oh, I was expecting another one. I wasn't expecting to beat it that easy. Go back up. I don't know where it wants me to go back up from. That's weird. I should have pressed Y just to see. Any other trainers along here before the area changes? One, that means I've only got to find a fifth. Which I'm assuming is going to be the other side of Medalli. This is the other weird thing with this. Like, they're in kids' uniforms and dressed like kids, but that is clearly a grown man with scruff. Like, an untrimmed beard that he just left for a day. We're not talking unkept, he's just had a lazy day. But grown man who looks like he works a 9 to 5 and has 2 kids. In a kid's uniform. I feel like potentially student was the default class and they wanted to add more classes to the game. Ironically, wanted to add more classes to a game based on a school. But they just didn't have time. Because he seems like he should have been... Was that? No, never mind. Yeah, he seems like he should have been part of a different training class. Like he could have been a biker or something. And they designed all the NPCs. Like you have waitresses and stuff like that. You have people with actual jobs. It's so jarring. And I don't know if that's a difference between like Japanese culture or not. That's going to blow up. Not gonna, it did blow up. Because that might be just more normal in Japan to see people like that, I guess. But on the other side of the coin, it is also a game based on Spain. So you can't do like heavy Japanese culture things in a game based in a different culture. It'd be like going to England and doing... Oh, wait, no, we robbed that from a different culture, and that is now our culture. Bad examples. Yeah, you'll be easy enough. You are the 5th trainer. Yeah, what would be an example of that? Because cultures are so, like, homogenous now. Like, what is something that you just would not find in another country? Because you can say, like, go to the Netherlands and find Asian food. Yeah, which I think the Pokemon designs are fine, but it's the region design. I'm kind of like, it annoys me a bit more. Or like at least specifically Paldea. I actually give like Galar and everything a little bit of like, I'll let them off a bit. Yeah, but the Pokemon designs in general, I'll let them off being a bit Japanese. But this one was just like the biggest offender for like what winds me up with the region design. With the fact that it seems like they basically focused on the cities for like the, I guess, Spanish influence, but then really didn't do that for the rest of the region. Like you could make a Spanish polar biome and stuff like that. Like maybe you won't find a lot of that in Spain, but at the same time, give it a little bit of a twang and people will let you off. But it just seems generic world design, random Spanish towns, and then a lot of heavy Japanese influence. Like Iono being huge. Like that, she's a very Japanese character. Like she heads one of the gyms in the Spanish region. That's what I mean. The influence is so spread out that only if you go to like Mesagosa, obviously they put a lot of effort in. Zapapico, very barely. Yeah, and they're so spread out. And even like Zapapico and the other small towns all look very similar. It's just really a miss in terms of world design. Which I'm hoping... Also, I think they should have scaled back the size of the map because there's so much just dead space. But for ZA, I'm hoping they kind of go the Arceus route and keep it at a decent scale where everything can have a little bit of an influence. You can have big fields because they're intended to be big fields. That's my hope for it. Is the guy in the other Pokemon Center? Yeah, I think they just... Ironically, for the world's biggest media franchise, they have a scale issue. Just, like, over-ambitious, because, like, this game needs to be bigger than... I'm super excited just because the Legend game has been fun so far. And yeah, the game evolved as you played, and so it did it so gradually that people never realized unless you pointed it out. Like, there was a ton of attention, and it seemed like they gave Legends to the team that had a passion for the series. With the main series, ironically, seems like the A team are just pumping it out for the expectations of probably the investors and the company. Very unfortunately. I wish it wasn't that way, but one of the main flaws of the game, like say, being scale. Every game has to be bigger than the last, and now it's on a main series console. Paldea had to be bigger than Gala. It's like, fair enough, but is something being compromised for that to be the case? Yes, it very much was, and it's having a memorable region. There's a reason. Not like, okay, just if I take a very specific aspect, they do, but they were also very risky when they had millions of fans, and they still actually take massive risks with the gimmicks. So terrestrialization is a massive risk because not many people like Dynamaxing, and not many people liked Mega Evolution initially, and no one liked Z moves even now. Also, where was I looking for? Oh, I was looking for Pokemon here. So they do take risks, but they do it in the wrong places, and I think some things they think are risks aren't. They just need actual time and consideration, which I'm hoping the delay for the actual Switch 2's release, because clearly they're waiting for the Switch 2's release to basically release ZA's release date. It's probably ready, and it has been ready for months, and they're just getting time to polish, which also gives me hope for ZA being good. I have been wrong with that before. Don't trust my predictions. But hopefully because of that, we get a solid game on release and we don't have to wait for like patches down the line. Especially for the sake of like, one thing that baffled me is just a whole feature that could have made a game so much more fun and had longevity. Did I catch you? I've caught a room. Was like in Let's Go. Also, yes, Let's Go isn't people's favorite game. It is mine for reasons that most people won't enjoy. That too. Consistent frame rate. Arceus didn't have consistent frame rate. This definitely doesn't. Even places in Let's Go don't have consistent frame rate. Like, can we just focus on performance? But back to Let's Go. Speaking of it. Also speaking of it, the soundtrack comes on. Also, this was something. I'll loop back. Many things going through my head. So Let's Go's rewards, basically, you were meant to get like golden raspberries, silver raspberries, and stuff like that for getting like high catch combos, and like you would only end up getting like more candy and stuff like that, and like the health candy, the species specific candy, because there was a line of code that even to this day is never fixed and never will be fixed, most likely, which would have made the game so much easier to play long term. You would have had more money from like being rewarded for catch combos, which would have meant you could more money, more items to make harder catches easier. So if you got high catch combos, legendaries could be easier to catch and things. If you had a load of golden raspberries for every time you threw a Pokeball, or where right now they're very like coveted, you will use them only for very specific catches for the people who still play the Let's Go games. Also, I'll say for the attention to detail point that I was going to say before that they're just not putting into like each of the cities and regions, because I've been going through a load of the soundtracks, I noticed in some of the more recent games, towns don't have specific themes anymore. Like Scarlet and Violet only has like a handful of town themes, where every town in the old games was given a unique identity by their own soundtrack. You can hear a song and know exactly where it's from the original games, pretty much. That wouldn't be a stretch to say. You hear the Lavender Town theme, you know it's Lavender Town. You know the walk up to the Pokemon League and Victory Road and Viridian City, Pallet Town. Gen 1 was full of it, and so many generations afterwards took that influence of like give each town an identity. Something, I mean, Gen 5 was given a miss by a lot of people because it was in a weird generational gap. But they are the town that did it the best, and almost like what we were saying about ZA, the town evolved after you like put some effort in. So I want to say it was like Flockacy Town or something like that. I'm also going to very quickly check the count. 122. I am a little bit off. 121. Yep. Okay. Yep. Flockacy Town, where you could go in and you would hear the town's theme, and it's distinctive. You know it's a town's theme. But then you could walk around the town and find different musicians, and they'd add different levels to the soundtrack, and almost make the game more unique to you. Although a lot of people probably did the same quest, the fact that you had input into the town and the change in the vibe of it made it feel a lot more personal, and it just evolved it. It made the town more unique to your experience, whilst also every town in that game had a unique theme. I've already got Bramblin. Yeah, safe to say, I have opinions on where they're faltering at the minute, and annoyingly, they're just kind of fruitless opinions. They're not gonna listen, and they've proven they're not listening. Hopefully the new games prove to the contrary, basically. Prove me wrong. I hope they do. Because if they prove me wrong that they're not listening, I also win. Yeah, I will say that. Like, wait, I mean, they are and aren't. Like, they did well with Arceus, which again seems like just a team that cares about the actual games, giving us Darkrai and Shaman in the games, not locking them behind. Annoyingly, Meloetta and Shiny Meloetta are still locked behind paywalls of like the DLCs. Keldeo is still, but Arceus is a move in the right direction. And I think as much as a fan base, Pokemon fans can just tear the game down constantly for how much it does wrong, we also need to kind of like really highlight and celebrate what they do well. So stuff like bringing the mythicals more important than behind interesting quests, because I miss an interesting post game that isn't just reliant on you're now gonna catch the one that annoyed me the most was the fact that you can't catch the legendary, if I remember rightly, until after the post game. This is one thing I don't think we're going to get away from. They love shiny lock and stuff, for better or for worse. The only reason BDSP didn't have a load of shiny locks is because of the base game wasn't shiny locked. I think from Gen 6, shiny locks were a much more common thing. But BDSP was, in other words, a faithful remake with some new features and whatever. So they didn't shiny lock a load of the legendaries. And I don't know whether that was because it was a faithful remake or the developers just forgot to put it in there, because there was still a lot of things in that game that weren't great. Either way, Shiny Hunters won for that one. But no, any like gift Pokemon, you can near enough guarantee they're going to be shiny locked. Or inconsequential Pokemon aren't shiny locked, like I said about Arven's Toadskull before. The fact that you can see that shiny and it not be catchable, because no one thought to shiny lock it because you can't catch it. Because having a cool rare shiny isn't apparently good enough for them. Like, we have to lock that behind because we can only give you the cool shinies. I don't know what the mindset is. And I can't tell you how many times I've like had people, I don't mind people asking me this, but how many times I've had people ask me and say to me, I didn't know you could get shinies in the Alolan shinies in the Let's Go games. It's like, yeah, because we're just used to gift shinies being locked away. Yeah, and again, it is annoying that it was behind a paywall, but also it was a good choice to put the shiny legendaries behind Dynamax Adventures. It's just unfortunate that it took years after the release and more money given to them that we got it. But again, champion, good decisions, celebrate them, highlight them. We enjoy it. It's almost, and it's fun hunts because you also have like such higher rates because it takes so much longer. Like, there was someone that essentially looked at that and went, shiny hunters play the games this way, so these raid adventures take a while. What if we lowered the odds severely so that the time taken to do this hunt, wait, 124, is that right? Yeah, the time taken to hunt a shiny this way should be the same as like if they were to do the same checks in, say, so for, let's say you hunt shiny Rayquaza, for example, because that's been a recent shiny. If you hunt that in the wormholes in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon versus hunt it in Dynamax Adventure, I keep forgetting the name, then it should take the same amount of time to do the same amount of checks, or like get the same odds, I think is what I'm trying to say. So the odds are like 1 in 100 with the shiny charm, if I remember rightly. Then let's say you've got the shiny charm, and I think the odds even with it are like 1 in 1,024. The low odds, they might even just be half odds. They might be 1 in 2048. But you can get checks obviously a lot quicker in the wormholes because you just see it, it's not shiny, you soft reset, and you start again. So let's say, wait, is that? No, it's not. So let's say you can get maybe 10 checks in a time. It comes down to like a 1 in 200 or something, just for the sake of arbitrary examples. In the time it takes to do one Dynamax adventure. Those odds are then roughly similar. And someone had to sit there and specifically think about that. Like, that seems like the thought process that's went into it. And that is purely conjecture, me guessing that is why it is that way. But regardless of if it was intentional, that's how it's ended up that way. Or like, that's how it seems. And I just wish there was more stuff like that. Because I think we can all safely say, for Scarlet and Violet and for Sword and Shield, we can say the base game, not great. But both games, by the time you've got both DLCs, they're decent games. But it shouldn't take 2 loads of DLCs to make it a decent game. It should take 2 loads of DLCs to make it a great game. And we just have a decent game on release. Should have again, that's setting the bar low just because we're very jaded. We should have a great game on release, but also we have to work in like the expectations that have been set. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, that's just the life of a Pokemon fan at the minute. Like, if you love the games, this is just what you've kind of come to expect. If you like the merch and... No, I've got you. If you like the merch and collecting the cards and stuff like that, you're eating well. Put it that way. Like, if you like the card game, you've got 2 versions of the game you can play on your phone. Like, you have a slimmed down, fast-paced version in Pocket TCG. And you've also got the full TCG experience in the other Pokemon TCG app that is on your phone. Like, you can play both at the same time, depending on how invested you are and how much you want the game to change. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I just wish, essentially, the games just came up to par with every other bit of the business. And, annoyingly, it's looking between the splits of where they make the money. We know they don't make the majority of the money from the games. They make the majority of the money from the cards, from the merch. It's just got higher just margins in general. But, and I think, very cynically, the only reason we still have the games is because they drive the series. You don't have new Pokemon without a new region. You don't have a new region without the new games. You can't release a new region in the anime, or at least they haven't and probably won't. They release a new region in the anime without originally having the games show it first, letting people explore it on their own. Which, the moment they release something first, like Pokemon have been released first in the anime, but they've almost been like Easter eggs and enigmas, and they've definitely not done that recently. We haven't had anything like Bonsly or Togepi in a good few generations. No hints. Even, I still remember, like, as a kid as well, one of the biggest moments for me in the anime was seeing Blaziken, because he has such a good design. And it was when he was fighting someone in the league who came from a different generation, or came from a different region. That blew my little kid mind. And I knew it was probably a new Pokemon, and that, like, made me so excited to play the new games. And you had that with like Togepi for Gen 2, which was revealed in Gen 1. You had Blaziken revealed in Gen 2 for Gen 3 when Ash was in the Johto League. You had Bonsly revealed in Gen 3 from Gen 4. I didn't watch, admittedly, enough of Gen 4 to notice if anything was revealed there, but they definitely dropped off because there's so much more precious with the series. And it feels like that was maybe the inflection point of them getting precious with the series, was around like that Gen 3, Gen 4. Especially because like Pokemon Diamond and Pearl sold so well. And it was on the biggest console of all time. They weren't expecting the DS to do well. They thought, oh, the DS will be a fail. It'll flop, or... No, it wasn't even necessarily a flop. They just didn't have confidence in it, which in hindsight is like, how could you not? Like, look at it. But that's with also the lived experience of what it was like to play games on and the games that were released on it. Because originally they thought, oh, okay, we'll have the Game Boy and DS kind of be like companion consoles. You'll have both on you at all times. Gen 6, I will stand by, and this is me loving the early seasons. Yes, one of the best seasons. The story was involved, the animation looked great, and then they just kind of, from that, hard pivoted from like a personal story from each character that grew and evolved through the arcs, and had such like, and it wasn't even a super complicated, like, we're talking Dragon Ball art style. Like, no, it was simple, but it was an effective art style. To then go to Gen 7 and you added a Lola, which was just a hard pivot to, it's kids in school, we don't want to develop characters a lot, and the art style has just gone super rounded and easy to produce on a weekly basis. And they lost so many people. Like, I had to fight myself coming back for Gen 8 and going through Journeys. Journeys ended up paying off because partway through, it seemed like they learned the lesson. And especially that final arc of Journeys, if you haven't watched it, I would highly recommend watch at least the end of Journeys. I know you won't have the same connections I do because there's a lot of like early season like flashbacks and stuff that I watched as a kid and had like a deep connection with. So if you're younger than me, you may not, but even then, it's great writing, great style, and just, it's fan service, but unapologetically. They knew what fans wanted and they gave it to them. It's what we wanted from the series as a whole. I had to, because I think the Alola season was just like, they almost hit that the season or the series needs an anime to accompany the game, to accompany the merch and the cards and stuff. So it was almost like they were obliged to do it. So they looked and went, how can we make the most money out of this for the least input? And that's how we got the Alola season. Which, to be fair, I haven't watched the end of it. I just tried to get through the start of it, and it was something. That's kind of like all I can say. It was an experience and not necessarily a good one for me. When I say I've got to drag myself through these episodes, you've done something wrong. I think it is, and I think for that reason, like, they could make a load of episodes because the actual creative input was maybe the lowest the series has been, or like the fewest decisions the creators have actually had to make. And that's not me saying like, oh, it was a super easy series and like super simplistic series. Like, the artists on it must have been working like hell to produce it that fast. Just there wasn't enough time to give it thought and give time for issues to show. Because if they would have spent a little bit more time on like some of the episodes and the stories and the plot lines, they could have, the animation could have been terrible or whatever. It could be quick to like produce on a weekly basis. That honestly is fine with me. As long as there's a decent plot, I can like learn to at least deal with an art style. But it didn't even have that, which is the annoying thing. Like, it was hard to watch. The style flip-flopped so much. Like, you'd end up with like One Piece style, like noodly arms and like close, gross out close-up gross-out shots of like the face are like overly detailed, but then you jump back to a super simplistic, rounded art style. It wasn't great to watch with that juxtaposition of the style, plus the writing was just for kids. Yet doing the SpongeBob techniques, but SpongeBob established that from the start. It's a difference between doing it from the start and growing that style over time so your audience learns to take it on and just going, we're doing this now because it's popular. And I think, thinking about that, it feels like the series were basically, at that point, like, I don't even want to say the series, that season was them trying to make Pokemon by the numbers. Like, they did some, what do you want to call it, like, audience surveys of like, oh, what do you like, what should we do, and that kind of thing. Took that feedback from focus groups and implemented it, but focus groups are, especially for such a large series, such a small fraction of the entire audience. At that point, you just keep doing what you're doing and take the feedback that everyone is openly giving you. Like, people freely give feedback constantly to them, and there's so much of it. I'm doing my own feedback now. I'm not actively sending it to them, but opinions spread and even get generalized so they could take generalized opinions of stuff. It's annoying, and that's why I say, like, it feels like they're not listening, because it's so easy to find opinions on all this stuff and what people would like more of, what they're doing wrong, and they're just not taking it in. Also, I'm at 129 there. I did not increment one of them. Oh, but that's my TED Talk over. Is there anywhere where I get Pupitar? I think that's only in Kitikami I can get Pupitar. Yeah, we're back to, I need to like head empty for a second. If you have your own opinions, like, feel free, I will bounce off them. But I can feel my hook down a little bit. I'm also looking at the counter being like, that's 129. And I guess if I want to get to 200, the time would be 7 hours based off what it... Oh, thank you. I wasn't expecting that. Based off what I was already... yeah. Are we doing what we said we were going to do the other night? Where it's like, if I end up like getting Naughty Dog or falling asleep, play all the loud sounds. Wake me up. Yeah, it'd be... Wait. If we work that out as like 3.5 hours per fucking Pokemon, or 3.5 hours per 100 Pokemon, I'm going to be here roughly till about, for Gen 1, or Gen 1 and the PALDEAN, 10 hours. Then for the other 100 in Kitikami, obviously that is then 11.5. Just over 100. It's gonna... This might be another 13-hour stream. I hope it's not. Also, keeping in mind, I have to do another story playthrough plus version exclusives. Plus BP grinded. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not looking good for me, is it? I also think I'm not being smart with my time. I have actually slowed down a fair bit. Partially because I got distracted talking about the Pokemon series, which I didn't think I had enough like opinions about. But I think considering how much I liked how Journeys ended and how good Season 6 was, the XY arc. Yeah, apparently I have opinions. All I'm thinking from this is I need to go into Lighttree Thicket for a start. I'm just looking on the map to see if there's anything that I haven't got. I need to go into Lighttree Thicket. I need to get a... No, I can get a Braviary in Area 0. And also, I need to watch... Well, What's the new series called? It's not Journeys. I know that much. We've established that much. I want to say it's something stupid like PALDEAN Stories. I'm going to look it up because it might be something that I just throw on while I'm scripting. Yeah, you did the same as a lot of people then. Which I would definitely recommend watching Journeys. The start can be a bit jarring to watch through, but just the way it ends, it's kind of worth the investment. Especially, I kind of stopped halfway through Journeys when it took a bit of a break and didn't jump back in for a while. Let's see, Pokemon series. Because it's a one with the new characters as well, which is why I'm interested to jump into the new series. Pokemon new series. Horizons, that's it. Need to start watching Horizons and see whether I like the new characters as well. Because apparently it's more of like an ensemble cast sort of thing. Where they have the main three, but there is also the wider cast around them that I think they tried to do in Journeys, but just didn't give them the time. So some characters got growth in their own episodes. Wait, did I count multiple Larvitar? Yeah, they gave some characters their own episodes, and they did get a bit of growth. So it felt a bit of odd, but maybe it was them testing for how they wanted to write a new series, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, I may have counted multiple Larvitar. Which I'm going to put Winkalone back in its place. And the other Pokemon, I mean, I guess I'll pop those there because they're part of the team. I am going to need a lot of XP for these Larvitar. Wait. I'll see what happens first. I'll leave both of them in there. I know I can get Pupitar from the cave by Alphanada. It also looks like Baxcalibur. Well, I'm about to get a Baxcalibur. Hopefully. Yeah, I need to check Dex. I did count multiple Larvitar. Okay, I think I've got everything here, which is why it's slowed down. Need to get now back to being productive. Pokemon Center over there. I could also just chill my voice for a second. I think that as much as I'm streaming and I'm thinking I need to be entertaining, I need to have thoughts and opinions. Need to be interesting at all. I also need to rest my voice if it's going to last another 8 hours. God. It's probably best that I just don't think about that. And just start catching again. Like this little guy. The one that was revealed in such an odd way. Like, not even fully revealed, weirdly enough. Like, clearly, they have a penchant for still doing little hints and reveals. It's just usually right before the release of series. And I wish they'd kind of get way ahead of the game and not be so precious with each of them. Because they very explicitly released, I think that was with a Alolan Ponyta. Impidimp was like in the background as one of the subtle reveals. And I think if they weren't so precious with all of them, they'd also have less leaks, because the moment they got more precious with it, we also people got more tech savvy. That is part of it.
The day of Christmas is nigh. Panay, a normal poke guy, sits in his chair peaceful and calm, catching mons for his poke ensemble. Sleepy and drowsy he may be, don't drink too much or you have to go away. Here's from me wishing you a Merry Christmas. Hope you are on Santa's nice hit list.
Maybe on his hit list, considering, again, many kids have probably asked for this, and I'm just crapping all over how the series is. Probably. That it is too true how much peeing has been a part of this whole series. We are now learning I might just have issues with holding my own water. So it's cool. Is it? It is. So it's cool. And it didn't have enough room to run away. The one bit that only the stream will know is how much peeing has been a part of like catching every Pokemon. And I will not have it in the comments. No one must know. It's our little secret. I don't want any illusions being like, have you heard about Paneye's pee thing? Actually, no, that would be quite funny. You heard about Paneye has a pee thing in like his latest video? Like, he revealed it to like everyone live, but just didn't talk about it in the script. And then when anyone asks, you just go, you just got to be there, you know. Sometimes he just drops these bombs out of nowhere. Turns out those bombs are just me being like, I had a big dinner, maybe I should go to the toilet for that instead of peeing this time. It is getting late, isn't it? We're getting onto the weird topics. It's 1 in the morning for me. That, but like slightly more subtle. You can't say kink. You could use like it was just really like obsessed with peeing during that stream. Like it just kept happening. Just all of a sudden he's catching Pokemon and then just pee. Like it would just happen out of nowhere. Be like super vague and super obtuse and force people to ask more questions. Wait, why am I telling you to do this? I don't want this in the comments. I just find it funny. I just realized if this bit's blurred in the video, you know what you did. Just why was chat blurred in that one bit of the video? Like, I've only ever had to blur 2 bits of chat. One was just to blur swear words, which just to keep it child friendly. Don't mind people swearing in chat. That's fine. And one was just, I think it was a story I didn't know if I think maybe Stitch wanted to share like openly in a video, because I don't honestly know how my videos are going to perform. Honestly, it's not that much extra work. And I think I used Stitch as like big chunk of a story to like advertise to Twitch as well. So that was actually fine with me. Yeah, you can say whatever you want in chat. I just have to like look through the video and make sure none of it gets in there. And it's why one of the rules is now in chat. So any stories that are shared, one of the rules is like, don't say anything that you don't want to appear on the stream or in a video. So now I don't even have to like think about that. I don't need to catch another Venonat. I'm going to catch a Venomoth later. And also, so I think the rule might have worked for when, other than the bots that come in and advertise like, here's how to get cheap viewers. I think it might have worked for people coming in going, I need to advertise my services as a graphic designer. Do you need this doing? Whatever. I just put no advertising. I don't need graphics or something like that in the rules. And we haven't had that in the past couple streams. So I think it's been fine. It's worked effectively. That one rule. Because obviously, the only reason I mentioned it on stream is I know if you've already accepted the rules, you don't see rule updates. Or I don't know. My guess is that's how it works. I don't know if rules are updated if you see them again or not. But I'll mention it on stream, but also for the people who I know were coming in. Yeah, I'm just too nice, partially because I know the VODs. Well, I want the VODs to go up on the second channel, and I don't want to give off a negative example of myself, I guess. like negative impression of myself. I want to keep the positive vibe. But when someone's just coming in with unsolicited, like, do you want this? Do you want that? It's like, no, you can see I've already got this. Like, you really don't need to ask me. I'm thinking you can probably be released. I'm going to catch a Pupital later. Yeah, and just too nice because it can be maybe held against me at some point. I just got to be careful. Oh, did you see he was addicted to this person? It's like, yeah, but that person just came in and asked him, you know, your graphics, they're terrible. Do you want to make more? That might just be me being a graphics person, taking a bit of personal offense. That's also why I do like the sly little jab. When I think a couple of people came in and it was like, oh, do you need like your panel art doing or whatever it is? And I just like, people don't really use it. Like, I don't see it as super worthwhile. Why do I need it? It's not worth putting a load of effort in. And also, while I don't think those, or like, not those people who came in, maybe some of them, because I don't think they're coming back. After I already said no multiple times. Someone was even like, on the Discord, I think, was like, here's examples of my work or something. And it just looked like generic template stuff. And I literally got told to pick off a list. And it's like, cool, yeah, I get what was super bespoke assets that I get to pick from a list. That's like the equivalent of me saying, okay, I'm going to give you a super bespoke tattoo from this book. Pick. It's like, all right, those two things don't mean what you think they do. I can make you 3D text to say whatever you want. I'm sitting there going, so can anyone. You probably also got a template for that. I can make you emotes. It's like, yeah, but all your emotes look the same. All your emotes look the same and not to me. You have your style, which is fine. Sometimes artists can have a style, but don't tell me you can do stuff in my style if all of the stuff you've done is only ever in your style. Just be honest. I don't have an issue with people saying, if you like my style, I can do stuff in my style. Don't tell me you can do it in my style. I never do it. That's false promises. A lot of it is just generic, hyper cartoony stuff, like Super Bowl, but also I've seen it on so many other people's channels. I think that's a Zorua. Yeah, it's stuff that I've seen everywhere, and I like to think my stuff's unique-ish. There's also only so much you can do with, like, the size you're given for emotes and things. But if I can look and think, I've seen that style before, and not looking... It's awkward because style is such a subjective thing. Like, some people might want the style they make, partially because maybe they see it everywhere, and they think, oh, I have to be like everyone else to be successful. And they're only doing it to be like a successful streamer. And that's fair enough. Mr. Beast isn't in it for the art, he's only in it to be the biggest YouTuber. Like, sometimes that can be people's goal and it works for them. But when you get into the discussion of style, it's a bit more of an awkward topic. Because yes, the generic stuff that works for other people is still a style. It's not just slop. People learn that style because it pays the bills. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's like maybe they think that's what, like, I can do it in your style, thinking the generic slop is a style of everyone. I don't know. Yeah, and it's partly because, like, if you get people like me, it's like some of the bigger streamers have a very unique style, and that's why you go there. Like, Pirate Software has a unique stream if you ever watch it. Like my stuff, I try and make it unique. Someone who has a great video on this, it's like, if you want to stand out, you have to have a style and you have to go all in unapologetically. Is a YouTuber / streamer, it's Joe Hickson. I'll share one of his videos in the Discord later, but I'll probably share that exact video. It's like, if you go all in on a style, you're more likely to stand out than you are if you kind of like half-arse the style. So you have something that you want to do in a style that you like, and then the rest of your stuff just looks like everyone else's. It's gonna get, your style is gonna get lost in the mix. So it's either, at least in my mind, I see it as you have no style or all style. It's like, I could throw the camera on screen and that would be fine, but I could stylize it a little bit, but like everything has like rounded corners, and that's a motif of stuff that I do, except for that because it was just a quick fix. Or if I didn't do stuff like that, it would just be a square camera on screen. No style, but it's there and serves a function. So, by minimum, needs to serve a function in my mind, and then you style it from there. That's at least my priority list of how I kind of like established my style, I guess. Also, my style is also to be easy, and sometimes you can kind of get lost in the mix of my style needs to like be super impressive and super complicated. Like, I've given some examples of this before in my own stuff that I was like, it didn't actually need to be super complicated and in depth and super like, sometimes it was too involved to where it actually ruined what I was doing. And the main example I give of this is, if you look through the POKEDEX video, when I fast forward stuff, it just becomes such a visual mess and borderline and like epilepsy inducing like series of images. So what I decided to do, I was like, okay, part of why I would do that was I will condense all of this, like, let's say hours and hours of a playthrough. I'll just speed it up so all of that playthrough is technically in that scene. Turns out, no one actually cares if all that playthrough is in that scene. They just care that I've said it and the sped up footage, and it still gets the same effect across. And also something that made editing quicker because no one really super paid attention to it. So it wasn't worth me putting the effort in. I'm curious what that, I guess I've finished my point, but I'm curious what that could be. Yeah, another part of it was the fast forward thing that I'd always do. Had very specific, like, oh, it's fast forwarded like 450 times, and every time I would have to go in, see specifically how fast it was, then do maths to convert how many times it was, the speed of the footage to how many times it was sped up. And sometimes, because of how editing software works, it was like factors on factors. So like, this is sped up 100,000% or whatever stupid number it was, and then on top of that it would be sped up another 450%. And it's like, one, not only is that stupid to do because you're only seeing literally one frame from like half an hour or something stupid like that, but then also no one cares how fast you can speed up footage. So I just reverted that to later videos just being, it's fast forwarded, like that's it. And I'd do it like a normal percentage, like 750 or like 500. Oh, sorry, yeah, that POKEDEX. Yeah, that was actually a big challenge of that POKEDEX video, was trying to think how to make it interesting, which is why, something I mentioned is like trying to make tiny little stories in between. Like, Tandem House was the biggest one, but I don't think you get the effect of hunting Tandem House if you don't see every capture. And I could only emit so much. It's like, find it, catch it, find it, catch it, talk about it. I omitted all the evolutions because that was also a ton of time spent doing it. So yeah, it was something that couldn't really be avoided, and I had to particularly try and focus on how to make that interesting because it was maybe the biggest challenge of scripting it. It's also kind of why I tried to make the sandwiches as weird as they were as well. Oh, I'm also sitting on my foot, and my foot is dead. Because it's one of those, like, if the story can't drive it along, can the visuals carry some weight where the story's starting to lack? And also, sometimes it's not all about the story. Because I try and make, and I've mentioned this a few times just going through what I'm doing now. I try and make some stuff to where it can be guides for people trying to do the same thing. Woo! Bishop. So, for that, every hunt I did, it's like, if it's an outbreak, you'll know I used an outbreak. So, if you want to do it yourself, look for the outbreak for that. Or if there was very specific methods that I'd use, I'd highlight the areas to do it, channels to go follow to find that kind of, the specifics of it, and cover it as best as I could. So, if you go into the chapters and you're looking for like shiny, I don't know, shiny pornyard, for instance, or not shiny pornyard. Some of them were weird. Like, I didn't do claw specifically because I found it randomly. That's just where guide and story, like making a guide versus writing the story, kind of hit an impasse of like, story takes precedent if it's interesting enough. But if the story isn't good enough, it also needs to serve a function as a guide. And I know some people, like, say, for instance, the Dunsparce section, may go back and use my notes along with the video to follow along and do that themselves. My style just, it's evolved over time. You gotta think, I'm 28. I started the YouTube channel when I was 26. I can say my channel didn't actually have a decent style when I was doing it back when I was 17. It's one of those things, it just evolves over time. And you kind of learn by doing. So maybe it's, like, you want to start your YouTube channel up. I've also kind of said the reason why I started doing YouTube again is I was watching stuff and I just kind of wanted to mimic bits of what I was watching, but do it different. I was going to say better, but not even necessarily better. Just how would I take what I enjoy watching and do it differently, sort of thing. Like, what can I add to this genre of videos that I enjoy to flesh it out and not just become another one of the people making shiny videos for the sake of finding shinies. Like, someone I brought up multiple times is Shiny Catherine. Some of her videos originally were just like, I make shiny content, I find shiny Pokemon, I document it, follow along with me. Didn't super have a unique style, but you'll notice as you go through her content, she developed a style over time and a method of like telling stories as well. Her videos became more about the story she wanted to tell, which I think the best example of it, and I haven't watched the most recent one because it literally came out possibly hours ago, was the Shaman video. Weirdly enough, the one that everyone told me to hunt the other day. Like, telling a story similar to kind of how I tackled the Redemptions video. It's like, this is why I'm hunting Shaman, because I have such a connection with it. Here's why I have a connection. So then you understand that moment when it comes, because that could have just been, I did a load of resets, I found a super rare Pokemon, it has rare forms, look at them. You understand why she started hunting it in the first place, why she do such long resets. Like, everything has a bit more weight for the story behind it, and she built that. I said, it's a bit of style and a bit of a skill she's developed as well. I say a bit of a skill. It is also a skill she's developed in storytelling. So sometimes you might not understand your own style because you don't have enough experience in the field to know what you enjoy and what style you want to go for, what things you tend to gravitate more towards. Because early on, I'd sort of say, and everybody think new one now makes it. It does, but a story can literally come from anywhere. Like, if you take my shorts, for example, what one was it? It's my most recent one. Or maybe, let me just check. Sorry. Like, it's doing weirdly well, and the short, I don't necessarily have, like, a super in-depth story to it. It is, yeah. It's the Charizard one, where it's like, okay, I need to find a story to tell, and it doesn't need to be like a historical story. It just needs to think of a story more as like points that you go in between and think, why would people want to hear the story? So it can be a super short experience. Like I love Doug's videos, and the stories he tells are from like 1 or 2 live streams. They're not super in depth or involved, but he's telling that like moment in time, and that's why I'm kind of saying like Catherine developed a skill for storytelling, because she's learned what people would be more interested in the story she wants to tell. Same as Doug knows what parts of her streams are interesting and people want to hear about and see, and what's funny and entertaining. Like, they don't need to be super involved. You just need to it's a bit of also knowing, like, learning what people enjoy kind of thing, and developing a knack for that. So, like, almost like I was mentioning earlier, and I don't know if you were here for it, was why I swapped up the way I was doing the form decks, because I realised inherently how I would write a story around that wasn't super interesting, other than, I guess, oh, this slowed me down. And it was maybe a bit too chaotic. Like, just as a stream concept, it worked, but as a grander kind of concept, trying to think how you'd condense it, because one of the bigger things I kind of say is important is, how do you condense an idea you have down to someone else to get them to maybe go watch something you enjoy? And you need to kind of, and this isn't a new concept. This is something many people say, is like, how would I describe a video in one word to get someone to watch it? It's like, oh, tell them why they should watch it, I guess. And that is like, if you take my original Living Dex video, it's like, oh, you should watch this because this is like how this guy caught every Pokemon and made a Living Dex and got Meloetta and stuff like that. Like, you can keep adding on, but the basic concept is, and it's in the title, it's like, you should watch this because it's how he caught every Pokemon up to that point as well. It gets a little bit less real over time as it becomes a bit more outdated. But if you can distill a concept down to that, it's easily understandable. People can jump in and understand it a bit easier. And the idea for the form decks was like, okay, like, this guy's got a Living Dex and he's making it a form dex and he does challenges. Like, that's super distilling that idea down to very base concepts. You get one that did well but not super well, and you can kind of tell, like, especially trying to distill them down, why some videos did better than others, even just like on my own channel. The Shiny Gen 9 video, again, easy to distill down to its very basic concept. This guy caught every shiny in Generation 9. The line I say at the start of the video is the whole concept. The camping video is a weird one. But if you go to like the Pokeball Plus video, it did well. But you've got to then explain the Pokeball Plus, what that is. And it's all a setup of the start of the video. Why that works and why it's interesting, but you have to explain that to people to get them involved, which is why it didn't do as well as the Shiny Gen 9 video. The camping video, I think, really didn't do well. One, because it's very, like, me-based. So you have to know and care about what I do because I'm very present in the video personally. Like, I'm not just a character in the video. I'm not my player model or whatever. So you have to, one, start by knowing and caring about me and what I do. And then two, just nothing really goes on. I'm more explaining like emotional beats throughout that video. It's like, this is where it got tough. I needed to take a break doing this. Then I found it. I was like, this was actually, oh God, how am I getting so behind on accounts? Like, partly I was thinking, I'm going to end this whole camping trip without finding one. How do I continue this? Which is why I then pivoted to, oh, and there's Venomoth. I pivoted to finding one in Scarlet and Violet. I was like, I know I said I wasn't going to do this. And in my mind, I was like, I don't want to do this while I was there. But it's thinking ahead for how you're going to make a story. If like you're actively recording something in a challenge, it's thinking about the story you want to tell and how it would be interesting. I thought, if I script this to be like, I've gave myself an out and a loophole, someone watching it can go, you fecker, you're not wrong. And it comes back to that point that we were saying earlier. Like, technically, you're not wrong. And then I'm also giving them that, like, wrap around, tied the bow of the story with the fact that I eventually did find a Squover in Sword and Shield. Oh, I'm gonna need to do my pee thing very soon. But yeah, it was like, I'll wrap up the story by actually finding the Pokemon I said I was going to look for in the way I said I was going to hunt it. But it was a fail to a win. So I ripped myself into an underdog story by the end. And it's a little bit of like having a bit of foresight. Yeah, it's weird when it comes to like making videos, but I enjoy thinking about the story essentially that I want to write. That's the minimum it comes down to. At least, like, for me, everyone's different. Sometimes, I've even, like, watched videos where that isn't the case, and it's still being an interesting video. It's like, I didn't succeed in this. This was hard. And the story they're essentially telling through their experience is, this was my actual experience doing this. Like, some of it is like, well, all of it is in the challenge videos, pretty much, from what I've seen. And it's been like, how do I beat Mario without, or can I beat Mario, the question they ask, can I beat Mario without collecting any coins? And they get to the point, they might even start the video going, no you can't, but this is how you beat it with the minimum. Because they know that's how people get in. And that's probably when they went into making that video, the question they wanted to answer. Like, they've went in with a concept and a question they want to answer. Is it possible? And when they realized it wasn't, I can say possibly like with a 90% confidence, they were thinking, oh, Beck, I can't. I can't beat Mario without collecting a coin. But what can I do? How can I still tell this story? Because I don't want to stop now. That, like, I've invested so much time. How can I spin this story to something else? And that's where they come up with the idea of like, okay, this is how you beat Mario with minimum coins, using that example still. So it's that muscle for storytelling and learning like how you tell also a variety of different stories. Like, part of it comes from like, how do you tell emotional stories and have like a connection with it, with also like, how do I tell a story purely just based on facts and things like that. Like that, like I say, man and a half, like, this is my experience, also a guide of how to do what I did. So it kind of hits it from both of those angles. So if you don't have an investment in one, you may care about the other, and it gives it a bit of that broader appeal. And I think, obviously, the more I do it, the more I'm learning how to tell stories that more people care about. I hope. The last one is doing well for my standards, so let's hope I'm getting better. Especially the last one, I hope would do better because it wasn't rushed. I really gave it time to like. I went back and looked at it and like reworked different parts. I really cared about being like factually accurate doing stuff, which is why I went back and recorded other bits of voiceover, because I hate when people will do like fact corrections in like text form. Also, that, and I'm not sure if I've talked about this enough, but my main video that got lucky taken off was the original LivingDex video. So I thought, okay, and this was something from like Johnstone and a few other places. YouTube kind of knows my audience is there for the LivingDex stuff. So me all of a sudden pivot into like, I'm a shiny hunter as well, was a bit jarring for the audience that was there subscribed. And YouTube didn't know what to do when subscribers weren't clicking videos. So I thought, what if I find a way to connect the two, bridge that gap a little bit, still do LivingDex stuff, because I love doing LivingDex stuff generally. Like, this is a pain, but I love doing it. I thought, how do I do that with something that is still present and can be on trend? Sometimes you do have to just play to the algorithm. Gen 9 into Legend ZA is on trend. So that's why the start of the video is the way it is. Also, we've just hit Mew number. So it was like, play to a trend, play to what the audience expects of me, and just hope it works. And thankfully, it did. So I think I've got a bit of a knack for it. So the nice thing about it is I just get to do more of what I like doing and just play into it. I get to do more of like LivingDex stuff. I get to do more of shiny stuff. That is kind of what this is and why I really want to make it. One, because I haven't seen many people actually do it from scratch, because it's not an easy thing to do from scratch. Also, did I? Oh yeah, I did increment it. Plus, it fits the audience of like what YouTube might expect, and unfortunately at the minute, that is kind of how I have to play the game, because I do want this to be a thing so I can spend more time doing it. Like, it would be nice to be a full-time content creator. For the first time, I think next month when I get paid out, I will get triple digits from a YouTube paycheck. It will be nice. It's just about triple digits, but it's triple digits. Like, it's showing feasibility if I can really develop this skill and muscle to do stuff that I enjoy in a way that YouTube will promote and hopefully that people want to watch. I'm trying to really strike that balance. And then Twitch is just like a time for us to just do whatever. Twitch I'm a lot less precious with, because hopefully people are here just for what I do. Like, people who... So, if I were to explain the audience based on videos, people who would watch the camping video maybe might come to Twitch for the same reason, which is hopefully you're here for like me doing stupid stuff and just going all in on one too many stupid jokes. And then in reverse, I guess people who just want to stay on YouTube are the people who would watch the original LivingDex video. They're just there to see someone do the big challenge in a very short form period. So people want to spend time with me, they come to Twitch. They want to see the big challenge that is hard and takes ages, that they don't actually want to do themselves, but they want to live vicariously through. They'll stay on YouTube, and that's completely fine with me. And then YouTube also gets weird with its split audiences, like long videos versus short videos, which I'm trying to make both quite similar, because I don't want it to be a massive split between people who are just there for the short and people who are there for the long videos. That's a whole different ballgame. That it breaks my mind, because it breaks my mind less than TikTok does. Because I posted shorts on TikTok and shorts on YouTube Shorts. Like, they're both the exact same video. And some do well on one platform and some do well on another. it really breaks my mind. The only consistent thing was the Tandem Mouse shorts generally did consistently better. Wait, did I knock out Ring then? I don't know. But yeah, the Tandem Mouse shorts generally, as a series, did better on YouTube because people on YouTube are a bit more there for a series, where the TikTok audience is way more vapid. Like, one or two would do well and people would be like, this is so like insane, you're doing this like every day, even though in hindsight I actually did it. All by the time those shorts were going out, and I just kind of segmented like 10 every other day, just so people could still kind of experience it. But yeah, the short form audience is so much harder to grasp, especially when you're taking both platforms into account. Which is kind of why I haven't been doing TikTok. Like, once I'm caught up, I might drip feed them over there. But I've just been kind of avoiding it generally, because they're not the audience I want. I feel like, at least the way I'm formatting shorts at the minute, trying to tell like some interesting fact and things people don't know, and then leading that into my shiny decks, I'm going, there is some substance that you hopefully haven't seen other places, or at least like it's something you haven't heard very often, plus a bit of me. That's how I'm trying to like bridge the gap between long form and short form audiences. Which, I guess long term we'll see how that works. It is weirdly, yeah, because of the blue on the collar and stuff, and the fact that the rock darkened is so nice, and the fact that I still want to hunt one. Which I could potentially look with the event outbreaks for a shiny carbink between Christmas and New Year, considering I don't really want to start the challenge. Guys, oh yeah, you did. Oh no, it was Chargerbug. I was saying to end off the decks, they should find a shiny carbink. I am gonna quickly. Okay, I'm 3 behind, or 2 behind. I'm gonna very quickly go do my pee thing, and then be back in a second.